I feel like adventure mode would probably be more fun to watch, but, you know. Also, it would be a little bit easier to do commentary over adventure mode, I think. Regardless, it's something that is in the works, but we'll make it happen one of these days. That being said, it's time to pick up and continue Dwarf Fortress Longdeath. Day 103? Day 103. Year 233. Longdeath. Strike the earth. And thanks everybody for getting here early. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. This is the fortress as it sits currently. We have a dwarf who's very whiny, who was tantruming, who's now chained up. That is Cooler, who repents, and was confined, so he's repenting. He is married to Critty. Or she is married to Critty, I think. Yeah, she is indeed married to Critty. But fortunately, she feels repentant after being confined. Probably not going to be in prison much longer, but repentant is like one of the best moods in my experience with them actually making a full recovery. So hopefully that dwarf will recover. Got a bunch of mandates I need to complete, crowns and ballista arrows. So we'll queue both those up. No, it's basic attention token, which is a perfectly legitimate token. Basic attention token is an awesome name. Basically, the TLDR, the way it works is I've been aware of it for a little bit, but a couple people in my stream team are testing it out. It's a Chromium browser. It doesn't use much RAM. Actually, it uses quite a bit less in my experience than Chrome does. Works with all Chrome extensions. It has some pretty nice built-in encryption stuff and some pretty nice built-in VPN stuff and some pretty nice built-in ad block stuff if you don't want that stuff. You can turn on the ads that pay you in basic attention token, or you can turn them off entirely if you don't care. There is a thing that pops up whenever you go to a YouTube channel or a Twitch channel or a website that is verified that will let you automatically donate a tiny little bit of your attention token to them, which can be sold on crypto markets. It's something that I'm just testing out and messing with. I don't know if I'll promote it much beyond this. But it is something that I'm messing with just because I think that I don't know if this is necessarily a better business model than, you know, just selling all of your data, but it's a business model, so I'm testing it. They're tech professionals for what it's worth. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've encountered it a couple times over the past year, but like since a few other people on my team are testing it, I'm just gonna test it and see how it goes. So I've applied to be able to receive tips through it. And I mess with the crypto stuff anyway, so might as well. You look forward to my opinion? So far it's okay. In the past few years, I've tried out Vivaldi. I've used Chrome. I've tried out Edge. I've tried to go back to Firefox, and I've tried Opera again recently, and exactly. Aqua, exactly. And I lasted maybe 24 hours on every single one of those. The kids say fuck with no. I mean, I fuck with stuff. I fuck with synthesizers. I you know, fuck around with my garden. You know, it's what I do. Mom's wallet is the best. Mom's credit cards are the best. Nyako, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. Hello. Hope you're well. But, yeah, that's kind of the status right now. Yay! Being in prison's actually making Cooler less stressed because of the repentance, which is good. Going to prison probably will save Cooler, so that's good to see. How you doing today, Vet? Hope things are well. But yeah, so far it's been a pretty solid little browser. Cooler fucks with repentance. I'm staring at this volcano right now. Look at that beautiful volcano. Quick, distraction. It's a volcano. This is where you ooh and ah and watch the lava trickle down this. Look at that fucking rock. God damn. I hope they get that 4K camera installed. Is there a way to stop migrant waves? Save your game, close your game, go into the .ini files and set a population cap. Restart the game, and you will stop getting migrant waves. But all of the named dwarves in the fortress are Candle Pixie, Axon, the Squoid, Beleg the Second, Taurus the Second, Aebig Zendi, Stone, Vimamel, Clay, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Vinsati, Gopher, Patchwork, Corvius, Defcon, Formal, Simplex, Rhine, Ghost, Black Hole, Kade, Trees, Blue Water, Peter, Socksmell the Third, Cooler, Murchymel, Critty, Nobody Important, H2O, Detiro, Quevinair, Jack Narek, Chico, Tiny Goliath, and Crow. And if you would like one of those unnamed merchants, give me a shout. And of course, more baby making today. Is it mushy? That's a really good question. I wonder if it's possible to get a synthetic magma texture. You know what I mean? Also, it's springtime, meaning it's paperwork season, and somebody might be about to die. Let's see how this goes. Fingers crossed it goes well. Fingers crossed. Nobody dies. No triple kills this time, I hope. And the annual tribute from Busty Just Smack has arrived. Looks like we lost nobody, which is good. Says it has the same consistency as slime. I have a video for you that might help. Just let me pop her up. That's, I mean, I don't know if that video will help, but it is a GoPro getting melted by lava, and you can see it float right up to it. Gives you a pretty good estimate. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of about as close as you're gonna get. Would be like videos of somebody putting lava in a bucket. It must have been a magma safe bucket, yeah. Here's the tribute. No, it's not too bad. Some low boots, strawberries. At least they're still bringing us the ceremonial strawberries. I love, like, I feel like strawberries in this fortress have kind of become like a symbol of harmony between the humans and the dwarves. I don't know if you guys feel that way, but I kind of feel that way. Strawberries are a symbol of stone. We need a strawberry god. Has Cooler been let out of prison yet? Nope. But how's Cooler's mind doing? Getting better. Her neck is still dented. Or rather, her neck is dented, and her left leg is also dented. They brought 2 boots, a proper pair. Yeah, they did, actually. Now that you pointed out. We still can't wear them because they're large. Hi, Gate Nerd. How's things? Good morning. Well, almost afternoon, but good morning. Also, I love how you say that your brain says that lava has the same consistency as slime. What kind of slime are we talking about? And how viscous is the slime? Because I think that the density of slime could change massively depending on what it is actually made out of. So 2 points of vandalism got Cooler a beating and 30 days in prison. So hopefully Cooler comes too and comes out of this a better dwarf. With cornstarch? Okay. I mean, I wouldn't think of that as... I would just think of that as starchy, not slime. But, okay, fair. I can say pretty confidently with limited knowledge that lava is nowhere near close to the consistency of ketchup. Far denser. I would say from videos that I've seen, it's probably closer to a thick quicksand, like a lot chunkier, and probably like if you were to take it and poke it with something, like I've seen videos of like researchers like poking lava and stuff, like it's a very similar like kind of reverse to that. Have I ever seen blue-colored lava? I've seen pictures of blue-colored lava. About the consistency of tar. That's actually probably a really good parallel. What jobs make slab engraving? Stone detailing. But they also need crafting. So they need stone crafting and stone detailing. I think. I think they need both to do the job, but regardless, it's stone detailing that actually does the thing. Someone lost some dwarves. Yeah, that's... And then some foodstuffs are brought in groups of 10. You know, I'll bet you there's probably like a homegrown science kit or something that makes a liquid stuff that has a very similar consistency to lava. Deathy boy, hello. How's things? And also, of course, if anybody missed it, I put up a news video this morning about Dwarf Fortress Steam things, which has officially set pictures of the... what do you call it? Official pictures of the drawbridges now that they've had a second pass. This is a comment. Why can't I buy Dwarf Fortress on Steam currently? Because it's not released yet. That is a comment. Damn. How's the tower coming along? No new dwarves, and tower's coming. I'm kind of babysitting this dwarf because this dwarf was pretty depressed and just did some time in prison. Tower is up to here. So I need to do 1, 2 more levels, and then we'll be up to the surface. I only just kind of got started today, so. And yesterday's stream kind of ended suddenly when I decided I didn't want to be on camera anymore, so keeping it chill, keeping it lax. And an elven caravan has arrived. Ready to trade. But, yep, tower's coming. Tower's be coming. And as I mentioned earlier today, plan for today is we will be streaming Dwarf Fortress until about 3:15 p.m. Pacific, at which point we will then be jumping over to a sponsored game for 2 hours. If you just type in #ad into the chat, you'll get a link to that right now. And I also have a couple copies to give away, so it should be fun. I have to remind myself that the wider game community in general is not literally bursting with excitement for Steam DF. Yeah. And also, like, a lot of people aren't anywhere near as aware of the existence of Dwarf Fortress as we are, you know? A lot of people are kind of out of the loop on that regard. I'm actually curious. I wonder what the top 10 wishlisted games for Steam are right now. Dying Light 2 is #1 wishlisted game on Steam. Biomutant is #2, followed by Party Animals and Hollow Knight's Silk Song, which I always want to call Swan Song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's the 11th most wishlisted game on Steam right now. Right above Warhammer 40,000 Dark Tide, and right below whatever the heck this is. This looks like 1,000 other video games I've seen. I always feel bad when I see zombie games pop up because I'm like, oh, this looks like a million other games. So, although I don't know that, I kind of like that art style. Anyway, whatever the fuck that is. And then, you know, a bunch of other games that we know. So, it's fair. But still, 11th most wishlisted game on Steam currently. Yeah, oh, kind of. Yeah, I guess. I kind of think that way. But yeah, my brain always wants to call that game Swan Song, not Silk Song. Darktide does look pretty cool. Although, there's a game that looks way cooler than Darktide to me. Which is, where did it go? Just let me search for this because it's not out yet. Blanking on the name of it. Lacuna. Why am I blanking on the name of this? Oh, well, I know how to find it. Because I just need to look up Divine Cybermancy. It's those developers. See them on Studio. Necromunda Hired Gun. This actually looks like I'm actually interested in this. Like this looks cooler to me than Darktide. Darktide looks neat, but this looks way fucking cooler because it's like an open world RPG thing in the Necromunda world, which is really fucking cool looking. I'm not gonna lie, and just like, I mean, this studio has had some misses in the past, but I don't know. I kind of feel like they might be doing right with this one. Because, like, they've had some misses, but what did they make before? They made Divine Cybermancy, which is, I'd call it a cult classic, which I very much enjoyed back in the day with friends. They made Space Hulk, which was kind of, nah. But they're making Hired Gun, and it looks kind of cool. Is fucking wild. Is fucking wild. And we're trading with some elves. Dingo, they have a mule, they have a wolf, a cardinal, barn owl, a fluffy wambler, emu, a badger, a weasel. And that's about it from the looks of things. No, totally. But that's why I'm just saying that one might be good. I ain't gonna buy it. I ain't going to promote it. I ain't going to pre-order it. I ain't gonna tell you to pre-order it. You shouldn't pre-order it. Just wait for it to come out. Read some reviews. And that's what I would very much recommend with anything that studio has made. Is just wait, maybe read some reviews. Because they've made some cool things in the past, but their last game was kind of Oh yeah, I reminds you of Pathologic. Okay, so Divine Cybermancy was originally a source mod that was supposed to be a Warhammer game, and then they decided to sell it, and it was made in a time when that studio basically didn't speak English and didn't have an official translation team, so a lot of the problems with is actually it's just really weirdly translated. because it's a French studio, and they used a lot of folklore and stuff that is not, something that Western audiences would be used to running into. So I is actually, I think, a better game than it gets credit for in a lot of cases. It just is. It gets kind of a bad rap for being impenetrable purely because of its really shit tutorialization, partially due to the way its world is built. But mechanically, it's a super competent little action RPG. That's great with friends. Localization is part of the charm. I tend to agree, but I think it's also what ruins the game for a lot of people. But I do tend to agree. I mean, also, a fun thing about I, Divine Cybermancy is it's an action RPG, right? Also, True Leveler. It's good to see you, by the way, and Ragswolf. Hello. Hope you're doing well. And Disco as well. But the kind of fun thing about I, Divine Cybermancy is it's a first-person shooter action RPG with loot, right? But it's not like, most normal action RPGs where it's yeah, you can bring 3 friends in to go play. No, you can bring as many people as you can fit on a source server. You want 1,000 people in your game? You can probably do it. You just need a big enough server. So oh, and there's I think it was in Mandalore's review where he stated that there's a handgun in that game, and it has one upgrade, which is just more bullet. And if you max it all the way out, you just have this fully auto handgun with no need to reload that will just keep firing until you run out of bullets. It's like a fully automatic Glock. Oh yeah, also you can dual wield them. So it's just and then you can get a robotic arm with another one, and you can have 3 and 1 sideways. The game's stupid. It is so stupid, but it's so fun. Hey, Ultimate, it's good to see you. My day's going all right. Yeah, my day's going all right so far. But the main reason that studio made a game that was not really well received, the main reason that I would say that the Space Hulk game that they made wasn't well received is more a problem with Space Hulk and less a problem with the game, because it very much takes the mechanics of Space Hulk to heart, which don't really work in a first-person shooter. They work great in a board game with dice rolls and such, but in a first-person shooter, it's just really frustrating. Having bullets that just miss for kind of no reason is never going to be fun. You're in for experience. Yes, and that's the little gun. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. I thought it was funny, so I put it there. People constantly comment on that Dwarf Fortress makes their eyes bleed, so I have the visual ASMR tag. I used to use the endurance training tag when I streamed 7 days a week. Enter XCOM fans. XCOM has entered the chat. Well, I mean, XCOM also isn't a first-person shooter. Technically, it is tag trolling, which I probably shouldn't do, but who's going to stop me? I mean, come on. Who's actually going to stop me? What's the number in the bottom right-hand corner? Total number of Z levels. So it's the same as the number up top, except it's showing the total versus the above or below. So it's a total of 160 Z levels, but 25 of them are above ground and the rest are underground. So the top one shows above and below ground, whereas the bottom one's just the total number. No one has ever complained about the tag. No one has ever complained about it. In fact, it's the only tag that I actually get views from, which I think is amazing. It's like 5 to 10 views a month I get from having that tag. It's like most popular tags or tags you got the most clicks from. It's visual ASMR. So, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure Cringer still uses the traditional dance tag, which is, you know, a tag that you can use on Twitch, I guess. That was cooler feeling. Still under a great deal of stress. But you're no longer tantruming constantly. You can just work, which is good. But yeah, no, if you're ever confused about something on my stream, the answer might be as simple as Blind thought it was funny. Like, quite literally, and it's sort of the same as, like, the I Sometimes Dream in ASCII post. No, I'm having a lot of problems with sunlight. I think it's because I have too many drawbridges. Like, it's something that we actually seriously need to deal with. Like, I've been thinking about, like, just punching a lot of holes in the top of the tavern, but then we'll get dive bombed by buzzards once a year, so I don't know. We've been having a lot of problems with sunlight recently in the fort. I'd say about half the dwarves are, like, permanently cave adapted, which is kind of a problem. It's not a huge issue, but it's like it's been enough of an issue that I'm not sure what to do with it. We'll have to figure out something. One dwarf got melancholy after not being able to finish a strange mood. Can you do something about it? Nope, that dwarf's dead. If a dwarf goes, if a dwarf fails a mood, they're dead. They will die one of a few ways. Melancholic is one of the ways they can go. There's two versions of melancholic basically, which is just they wander around until they starve to death. The difference is the speed at which they run. And then they can go berserk, which is just they will attack everybody around them, and the dwarves will just beat them to death. Those are the two ways they can go, basically. Well, it's sort of three ways. One, they run around and take their clothes off. One, they just wander around and starve to death. But once that happens, they're dead. He's walking? Yeah, he's dead. Best to prepare a coffin for him. It's kind of sad, but it's the unfortunate. It's an unfortunate reality of the way that mechanic works. It's not always easy to save dwarves. I mean, I've lost many dwarves to strange moods, too. Sometimes you just don't have the material that they need, and it can be kind of frustrating, but I don't know. I like the mechanic enough that I keep it. I know some people turn off strange moods for that reason, which is actually quite an easy thing to disable. You have a berserker locked in a room at the moment? Just let him out. They'll beat him to death. It's fine. But whatever you do, do not order your military to attack the berserk dwarf. The dwarves will deal with them, but do not order your military to attack them, because that could cause a loyalty cascade and cause all of your dwarves to kill each other. You love the strange mood thing? Yeah, me too. I also really like it. Also, just trying to get caught up on chat a little bit here, because apparently I missed a few lines. "24-hour Dwarf Fortress Marathon, Aqua?" Seems a bit extensive. Maybe 2 days of 12. A bit healthier. With some time to eat and take a nap in the middle. I mean, even I don't do that. Even I don't do 24-hour DF marathons. Come on. Metal blocks are only good for building. Yeah, I wouldn't make metal blocks at all. Metal blocks are one of those weird things where I'm like, what even the point? Maybe like why? I think they've got 3 left, so 5 left actually. Then, since we're in mid-spring, I'll lock them all in the tavern for a little bit. King wants a ballista arrow. Mayor wants 3 crowns. I made 3, not 1. Whoops. Oh, really? Well, I mean, all walls, the Echo, outside of, all wall blocks outside of wooden blocks, so all rock blocks, when constructed into a wall, are magma safe. Doesn't matter the material type, for whatever that's worth. So if you're just trying to, like, send magma in a specific direction, just, you know, dig a tunnel and smooth the walls and you're good. Or even just dig a tunnel and you're good. Sand, it doesn't matter what it is. The lava won't break out unless it's wood. Then the lava will break out. So if you want to, say, build a thing above ground to channel or to let lava flow along, it doesn't matter what it's made out of as long as you're not making it out of wood. It won't burn. So if you need to pump lava, at that point you can use any magma safe rock, which you will have if you get closer. You'll have obsidian for one thing. That's a magma safe rock, or a gabbro, or one of the various other. I think nice is magma safe. There's a menu where you can check up here. This block will just tell you all of the magma safe stones you have, and you'll have a couple. You'll just have to figure out which ones. And then if you want to pump the magma, you're gonna want to make your screws. Your enormous corkscrews and your mechanisms out of that tin. But outside of that, you're all good. Soap was, yeah, soap also works. You could use soap. I'm pretty sure soap's magma safe, so. So, you know, like there's all sorts of fun little wrinkles with DF and all kinds of fun eccentricities there when it comes to those mechanics. But there's, I think also one of the mushroom caps are magma safe. I'm not sure which one, but there is a an ice underground mushroom which has a very, very, very cold temperature by default, which is magma safe. I'm just not going to say which one because I can't remember which one it is. You'd have to check the wiki. All right, wait, hold on a second. Is that actually true, or is that just you memeing? Because if that's a fact, I didn't know that. And that's really funny. But I've also never heard that before, so I just want to make sure that that's actually a fact. So is that actually a fact, or is that just you memeing, Sucks? You're really hoping it's true? I'm really hoping it's true as well. I have a feeling they will actually climb it, though. Goblins, unfortunately, are very, very dirty. They're very dirty people. I want 100. But yeah, no. That's something actually that catches people off guard is when they realize that constructed wooden stuff burns. It caught me off guard, which is why I say that, because it certainly caused me to run into some issues. Gonna run over there and manage work orders. Good stuff. Chat, did you ever hear about any rumors about video games that you wished were true? Like, I don't know about you guys, but my friends definitely told me some things about certain video games that definitely weren't true. That was definitely very disappointing after the fact when I learned that they weren't true. We're too used to games not modeling temperature stuff? I mean, we're used to games being very crafted and predictable experiences and not using a lot of AI generation and unpredicted outcomes. Welcome back, Bastet. I hope you had a good bath. Hope you're feeling warm again. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen this game, but this game popped up, which I'm going to keep an eye on and might try, called Mind Scanners. Just looking at these screenshots and thinking, this looks pretty cool. It's also given me that Papers, Please vibe a little bit, but more Mega City 1, you know? Looks pretty cool. I'm liking this. Might have to look into that. Take a peek. Also, I've never heard of the publisher before, so that's interesting. The studio who made it also made a game called Yes, Your Grace, which came out last year. Curious about that one. Nethercap? Okay, so specifically Nethercap is also magma safe, which is technically a form of wood. Wouldn't that be weird if there was like a material that was just constantly frozen? Or constantly cold? I have a feeling if we had a material like that, we would be constantly cultivating it. No, but like that's not really what I mean. I mean, like, yes, ice is cold, but also ice thaws, right? I'm more talking about like, imagine having a material that is cold that doesn't melt. You know, like, I mean, we have snow and ice and things like liquid nitrogen and such, but that's not real, like that, because like those aren't solids, right? I'm more talking about like imagine just having like a piece of metal or something that had a constant temperature. No, it certainly would. It certainly would. I'm well aware that it is a fantasy, but imagine having a material like that. That's what I'm saying, imagine. Have I played Return of Obra Dinn? That demo made me absurdly motion sick. I played the demo for it. I never played the full release game. I played the itch.io demo that was out for like a year, which was just like the first killing of Obra Dinn. And it made me extremely motion sick. So I never went back to it. But I've listened to a spoiler podcast about it, so I know all the story beats, and I know the tale that it tells, and I'm very happy that that game was successful, because more non-combat games are a good thing in my opinion. More interesting games doing weird things are also a good thing, and Pope does a very good job of both of those things. Not to say that Papers, Please is necessarily a non-combat game, but you know what I mean, I think. No matter the temperature, you're not wrong. Anvils are pretty cool. Evening Fog. How is thing? I hope thing be good over you. Halcyon is finally launching a multiplayer Minecraft server, Fog. I don't know if you've been keeping up with that stuff, but tomorrow is going to be a big day. So if you want to get whitelisted, you got to jump over into the thing on the Halcyon server and do that. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Fog is an old friend of the channel and did all, and I do mean all of the branding work for the Halcyon Frequency stream team, which is my stream team. So that tower logo and all of the surrounding art stuffs is Fog's handiwork. I mean, in Papers, Please, I mean more like you're not just like running around Grand Theft Auto style capping hookers in the knees, you know? Like it's much more of a deliberate form of violence, much less of a you know, standard video game random acts of violence for the sake of entertainment. Violence happens for a reason in that game. If that makes any sense. But glory to Astrostica. Halcyon server is going to be vanilla survival. So it'll be different than the rando server that you're on, but it'll be a server that we can just kind of get everybody on and have everybody playing together, and that'll be a bit of fun. Yeah, I'll be probably just sitting at my computer for a portion of tomorrow, just doing whitelisting stuff while I do get some editing done. I'm sure it'll be a good time. I mean, I can't pronounce it the way that they want it to be pronounced, so I do my best. Stone. Also, you know, it's a country that doesn't exist, so. Besieged. I'm trying to... That's the recent little town builder thing, right? Besieged. Wait, are you talking about just besiege? As in, like, the game where you build machines and blow shit up game? Yeah, that is what you're talking about. Yeah. With the white backgrounds. I played the very, very, very first version of that game in early access, and I remember enjoying it. And then it got way too complicated for me way too quickly, and then I stopped playing it. A lot of those machine building games are, like, really fun for the first 30 minutes, and then they add way too many pieces and make the puzzles, like, more complicated than I'm willing to solve, and then I just stop. Still like filtering through YouTube comments in the background. So if I go quiet for a minute, it's because I'm filtering through YouTube comments. It's a pity to see some people. You want to make a proper plane, but sticking to it with goofy drones and propellers? There's flying stuff now? Oy vey. I also agree that is silly as hell. I like it. People are not very good at doing vetted charity research. That's all I have to say. Reading your rambles. Hold on, Stone. Yeah, I'm not familiar with those memes, Stone. Minecraft servers are required playtime. Nope. You will not lose whitelisting. Once you're whitelisted, you're just whitelisted. But if you are really good at using a quadcopter with balloons by creating stairs and crashing them into walls on the ground. Okay. Yeah, I mean, could make that work. It is now summer in the Dwarf world. I mean, I don't really know the name, Stone. So there is that. There is that part of the thing where I'm like, I don't really know this. But then again, I don't really follow memes. So, especially for games that I played briefly and never fully finished, but enjoyed. Which is the reality of my time with that game. Is I played it briefly, but not a huge amount outside of that. Still adjusting my dashboard on this browser. There we go. Hands down the best drug smuggler you're likely to meet in the Ostratska-Kalochia border. I mean, someone's got to be good at it, right? And then we find out about his job. I mean, he's obviously not very good. If he's making a fake passport out of crayon, you know, like it's clearly not a very good drug smuggler if he's showing up trying to get into the country using crayon. A crayon passport from a country that doesn't exist. That sounds like something you'd hear about in a Tintin cartoon. Like, straight up. That sounds like something you'd hear about in a cartoon or a comic book. It's like, he showed up with a passport drawn in crayon from a country that doesn't exist. Huh. All right. Although, to be fair, no offense, but none of the countries in Papers, Please exist. So it doesn't matter what country they say they're from, because none of them exist. Krug's tile set for Long Night if anyone wants it. I should grab that. In case I want to do some Long Night stuff. Could customize it. Got it. Thank you. I don't know where you pulled that from, Lake Bear, but we need to do some long night at some point. Some point soon. I'm gonna do that over the summer at some point. If you just let him in? That's a good question. What's Long Night? Probably the best Dwarf Fortress overhaul mod next to Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom. Oh, that's nice of him. Could you post that on my Discord, Lake Bear, in the DF talk room, so I can pin it? So it sounds like a little bit slow at getting the message, but you know, not everybody can be right on point with that sort of stuff, Bastet. We're locking everybody in the tavern for a little bit because we're in early summer. We got some time before the humans show up, I think. We'll hang out up here until the humans show up, and then we'll send all the dwarves back underground. Are the dwarves making babies yet? We've got 4 children in the fort, so that part's good. We had a baby born, and then his parents both died, or and then his mom died the same year, which was kind of unfortunate, but. He probably truncated the message to emergency room and then asked the question. Yeah, probably. That kind of strikes me as like not really paying attention to the phone call kind of conversation. You know what I mean? Where it's just like I'm having a phone call with a person, and then it's like when you're having a phone call with a person, and then they ask a really stupid question, and you're just like, I'm sorry, were you here for the rest of this phone call, or was I the only one in this call? Go nuts. Yeah, just or even general. It's on topic. Off topic works. I might remove off topic to just gaming or like rename it to like off topic games or something. Am I the only person who thinks that this isn't exactly a game I would want promoted at the front of my you know, game sales platform? Just saying, this looks like trash. Like, the game just looks objectively bad. Yet here we are. Anyway, the humans are here. The humans are here faster than I expected, so I can let them out of here. The humans have arrived, and looks like Hode has returned again. Welcome back again, Hode. It's good to see you. A good human here to work with us on good things. Will the adventurer go to the caverns by themselves? What do you mean? Like, if somebody shows up in your fortress, are you asking will they dig there, or will they go there if there's access? Because they can't dig. But if there is access, they will probably go into the caverns and fight things and die. Hey, Narvicious. Hope you're doing well. I mean, our Lord Gay Ben is still just hanging out in New Zealand on a yacht, probably. And another human group has shown up. Made a door to the caverns. I mean, they'll go out there and die. You don't have to worry about that. They will certainly go get splatted by some troll or something. Oh, yes, this passport. Pre-approved. Stamp here. Question: Have you ever approved him and let him in? You're gonna watch this human maceman? Watch him go beat something up. Good luck, human maceman. May you mace many a troll, and many a pink troglodyte. Hode says on behalf of our merchants guild, let me bid greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. World's the same as ever. Wood, please. I wouldn't say you're stupid from knowing you over the years in Twitch chat, Bastet. But what I will say is arrogance is something that only you can fix, right? If you feel that you are uneducated or not knowledgeable about a topic that you would like to be educated or knowledgeable about, it is easier now than ever to... Is one of the dwarves depressed? Because if they're depressed, they will attend meetings. If they're not depressed, that's a little odd. But yeah, it's up to you, Bastet, to educate yourself on such things, right? So there's people out there that are willfully ignorant, and then there's people out there that are simply never had the education. And if you never had the education and you are aware of this and you want to fix that issue, that is up to you, right? So if you are or have things that you would like to better yourself at, the only person who can really do that is, well, you. Really. Yeah. So if he's depressed, depressed dwarves will have meetings with whoever is the highest ranked individual, unless it's a king. So the highest ranked elected individual, they will go have meetings with them. And they will cry or yell at the person in charge, and it'll give both of them, usually, a happy mood, which in theory should help recover dwarves. It's sort of like dwarven therapy. So if that dwarf is depressed, they will go and have meetings with the mayor or manager or expedition leader, depending on who is appointed. I think they also do that with barons, if you have a baron, but they won't do that with your king. Your king is too important for such petty complaints. I need all these woods. Also, Stone, did you ever find any information as to whether or not your original 7 dwarves can be back added into Legends? Were you ever able to figure out any like firm conclusions on that? Or is it still just a question mark up in the air? Who knows? It was a mistake on your part? Oh, really? Now I'm curious. I'm actually really curious as to how that was a mistake that you ran into. See if anybody's got anything to say to me on Reddit. I like this this comment. I've got 100 quarters set aside for when this bad boy comes out. For, or rather, I've got 100 quarters set aside for this bad boy when it do come out. That's a good comment. 100 quarters set aside for Steam Dwarf Fortress. I'm not certain 100 quarters are valid tender on Steam, but that's a really, really, really good thing. I mean, I'm quite confused about what you guys are talking about in general. It's like, I get the basic gist of what you guys are talking about, but I'll be honest, I'm quite confused. Because I never got that deep into Papers, Please. I played it for a couple of hours, and I enjoyed it, admittedly, but I didn't last super, super, super long. Got 2 depressed merchants. Although you, Unib, you don't have a lover in the fortress. I might just send you back. I'm just going to send you away rather than keep you. Just because you are less used to me, and I don't need a depressed, useless person hanging out. Okay. I mean, I missed the explanation post. Or I probably saw it, but I was probably too tired or just glazed over or wasn't paying a huge amount of attention, which isn't too uncommon. Not too uncommon for me. Helmet Snake is fighting with a giant olm. There's the giant olm and there's the helmet snake. Yeah, they're fighting pretty consistently. Kind of curious to see if the helmet snake can get a bite in on the giant olm and kill it, because the helmet snake's venom is pretty good. But it seems to just kind of be getting trampled. I do not believe that that poor helmet snake is going to win. Looks like they've split and the fighting seems to have stopped. Holy crap, that's a lot of Wolverines. We caught a lot of Wolverines in our traps. Cage traps, very effective way to do hunting in DF, apparently. But yes, thank you very much to everybody who tunes into these streams and watches these videos, because, you know, frankly, the YouTube channel doing well has been kind of a blessing for me recently, and the fact that, you know, people are tuning in to this series of dwarven soap opera, you know, so many months after the dumb idea was given to me and began. The fact that people are still tuning in is really cool to me. So thank you for watching this, and if you happen to have a skull next to your name, or if you support this channel in any way, just cheers, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. I straight up wouldn't be here. And it's that simple. I just wouldn't be here. No, they're just at the entrances of the fortress. Like, quite literally, they're just at 2 of the 3 entrances to the fortress. And they just wander in. In regards to the traps, Aqua? Me and Krug Smash put out the best DF content. One day I'll try and cross the streams. I've had a few people ask me to try and interview Krugs, and he's shown a little bit of interest, so one day we'll cross the streams. Not sure when, but one day. But thank you for saying that, Deadly Boy. You have no idea how flattering that is. Putting me in the same league as Krugs. Because, you know, as much work as we both put into our content is completely different. Like, you couldn't be more different when it comes to the way we do things. I was supposed to get keys for a thing. And I didn't. A little bit miffed about that now. Also, just out of curiosity, isn't today the first day that subs are cheaper for people in Turkey and Mexico? I'm really curious to see what that does. Mine is more technical. Mine's more community, generally. Wouldn't necessarily say technical. Gathering more sand and making more glass. That's what we're currently working on. Ooh, my mare is at... Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, okay, so Simplex is still in the fortress. But Simplex got voted out of office. Whoa! Looks like Darren's in office now. Simplex didn't win the popular vote. Would you look at that? We got a new mayor. At least briefly. The Squid. Look at that. Elections happen, yeah. We have a new mayor who wants us to make a weapon rack. 105 years old. Shoutouts to Darren. Shoutouts to, I think Darren might be camping right now, but shoutouts to Darren. That means democracy is happening again? Yeah, it looks like it. Year 234. Democracy is happening again. Democracy? In my dwarven fortress? I need to shave. My face is fuzzy. What's all this about proper living? Set it on fire, burn it down. Dreams of raising a family. Well, hopefully being a mayor will help you get laid, Dwarf. Because it's not working so far. That's interesting. I wonder why Simplex didn't get elected a second time. I mean, Simplex is a pretty busy dwarf. Who now also needs an office for bookkeeping in, which I'll give you a chair in the corner of the tavern. There we go. And we're working on that the rock stuff. But yeah, that's interesting. It's very interesting. It's fun when you have multiple party systems in DF because then you have to pay attention. So, kind of random, but I'm technically an Amazon Alexa developer because I put one of my podcasts on Amazon Alexa, so you can say, hey, Alexa, play name of podcast, and Alexa will play said podcast, right? I have that set up so that I can, you know, have my podcast on there. But in order to do that, I had to become an Alexa developer, which is just make an account on their development site. It's very simple. But I'm technically an Alexa developer, so I get the weirdest emails sometimes from it. It's like, apparently they're having an Alexa developer conference, so there's part of me that's kind of tempted to show up and just be like, stop, I'm in a Zoom call with 200 people I don't know. I've always been kind of tempted to drop into some of those weird business events that I get invited to because I'm on email lists. Patreon does those pretty frequently. They're like, we're having a creator conference. 300 people showed up for the last one. And I'm just like, What, so you're gonna remind me that I can make merch with you or something? Your Alexa is near you? Alexa, tell a joke. Alexa, tell another joke. That was funny, Alexa. Please, tell another joke. I'm done now. I mean, you did it to yourself, okay? They're pondering the voice. I don't think that they have schizophrenia and they're pondering the voice. I think they're just really big fans of that, of the everybody's favorite reality TV show, The Voice. Morning, Vlog. I want to know though, did she actually tell some jokes, Bastet? Why would I ask a certain Amazon device to buy you 50-kilogram drum of lube? Why would I do that? That's just mean. You know, I'm not like I'm not the nicest person. I'm also not a massive asshole. The closest thing I've done to doing that was I did. Okay, so there was a viewer who was watching my stream and they popped in and stated that he got a date, and he was one of those people who I knew owned an Amazon Alexa, and I knew had me on speakers, and I knew that I was close by, so I ordered him some condoms. Which was pretty funny. That's the closest thing I've done to that. I mean, I'm just being yeah, that's just being helpful. Exactly. Like, it's just be safe, friends. Don't make babies we don't need. I mean, obviously it was for the on-stream joke, but although one of my another really funny instance of Alexa things that I've seen was somebody tipped a streamer who had speakers and an Alexa item close to them, because he would occasionally shout at Alexa and make Alexa do things. And someone tipped $1 with text-to-speech saying, Alexa, play podcasts. And it made Alexa turn on the most recent podcast he'd been listening to, which was very funny because it wasn't safe for work. It was one of those, like, you know, we're softly reading erotica in an ASMR voice. It was very, 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 very funny. Very funny. Very funny. Whoa.
Alexa, je never gonna give you parbairicastly.
I mean, okay. Okay, so solid attempt, but also I don't think Alexa's going to understand that. Thanks for the $5. That was $3 more than I made yesterday in revenue. So thank you very much for that. I need to... Well, I mean... I couldn't understand that, let alone Alexa. Alexa, play Never Going to Give You Up by Rick Astley. Although there's a few French words in there. Happy to help. Happy to help. Just glad I can help. You're glad you don't have a Alexa? Do you have a Google Home? I mean, I could... Okay, hold on. I have the classiest format of Rickroll in existence. Yes, this is an original from back when the song was new. Best $12. I've ever spent. Sometimes you gotta commit. When I commit, I fucking commit. Thanks, B-Lug, once again for helping fund that very financially intelligent purchase. Side 2 is a little crackly on the record player, but that's a really good playlist. Yeah, the Caves of Cud playlist on Spotify is real good. Humans are heading out. And we are collecting more glass. Truth be told, I have no idea why this stockpile isn't working. Like, genuine fact, I have no idea why it's not working. Well, here's the difference, right? I unironically enjoy Never Gonna Give You Up. I don't unironically enjoy Axel F. I mean, they're both meme songs, sure. I want to listen to one. I don't want to listen to the other one. But then again, I also consider Darude Sandstorm to be a good meme song. It's almost like a personal taste. Watervine Farmer Radio and Gritgate Radio. I really like Gritgate Radio. I don't believe I've listened to Watervine Farmer Radio. There's also this playlist, which is pretty good, as I posted it earlier. All right, then I'm going to deconstruct all of the floors all the way up. Hopefully nobody gets stuck. What's up, Barely Tactical? How is things? I'm as good as I can be. I'm all right. I'm all right. That's a cute little emote. Vinsani. It's a cute little emote. Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, I'm as good as I can be these days. But for me, like, a good day is not much better than a bad day a few years ago. I don't know. Answering the question of how are you is very difficult. It's a very muddy question to ask me these days. Unfortunately. But such is life. Gotta make sure that dwarves don't, you know, kill each other on this. if you play it for 20 minutes, it'll confuse you a lot less. It's one of those games. It's sort of like how Civilization confuses people the first time they see Endgame. But when you play it from the beginning, it makes a lot more sense. Dwarf Fortress is very similar to that. A lot of people are like, oh, this is too confusing for me. I can't comprehend it. It's like, all right, go play it for 20 minutes and it'll make a lot more sense. It's free, so it's not really any cost to you. There's really nothing to be confused by. It's actually an extremely simple game. The issue is simply learning what you're looking at. Once you get over that little hump, it's just a matter of learning the hotkeys, and playing the game's very easy. Better get back to it. Gotta do what you gotta do. You know, sometimes a distraction can be good. Why is that dwarf thirsty? If you're thirsty, go do the thing that you gotta do. Dwarf Fortress is a game that a lot more streamers should be giving a chance to right now. And those that do, in my opinion, and from everything I've heard from people who have, they don't regret it. But, you know, very few people listen to me in the current era of this website, and that's fine. Alright, so we got alternating floor pieces out, and I'm trying to get the last of the glass in here so that we can not... Oopsies. And so we can not worry about... dwarves falling. And I don't need to worry about testing whether or not windows are magma safe in the future. Which is something I don't actually know if windows are magma safe. Well, still have to give it a shot. If you do, just because I know you stream, right? Just stream it, okay? Go to the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, link your stream with the amount of time you will be streaming, and just put in your title, learning the game, come help. You'll learn Dwarf Fortress overnight. Because everybody will just dogpile on your stream and just be like, okay, here's what you do. You click this button, and then you press this button, and then you press this button, and then you press this button. And then after that, you press this button, this button, this button, this button, this button, and this button, and then it'll dig a hole. But, like, no, seriously, like, just promote yourself to the DF community, and they'll show up and help. They're very, very, very helpful, lovely people. That too. Yeah. Yeah, well, I feel like I told you, LaFonda. Maybe I did. I don't know. But yeah, no, just literally, if you want to stream DF, and you've never played DF before, and you're like, DF, it's confusing. Literally, just go post your stream in the subreddit. I mean, every now and again, you'll get some downvotes, obviously, but like... You're not breaking any subreddit rules by doing that. A lot of subreddits just straight up don't allow any form of self-promotion. DF subreddit don't care. They do not care. They request that people do that, in fact. I don't really post my stream there because, I don't know, I kind of don't need the traffic. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, extra 50 total views over a 10-hour stream is helpful, but... I switch games halfway through my stream, which makes it kind of complicated often. So I kind of don't bother. But ClinoDev, who's one of the mods over there, will pop over here from time to time and be like, "Oi, Blind, post your stream." I'm like, but other people need that traffic more. I mean, yeah, always have the wiki open while you play. But if you want to summon an army of backseaters, just... The Dwarf Fortress subreddit's a really effective and quick way to do that. Yeah, if you don't mind backseating, then they'll come and they'll help. right. How's Kingy doing? Want some more ballista arrows? It's kind of neat swapping between mares in pretty quick succession. What color this bloke's trousers should be? What kind of person are you drawing? And top layer is done too. We can go up here. Got a few more to do. Pinkish red shirts and gray glasses. I mean, jeans go well with everything. If you want fashionably boring, just go with a pair of Levi's and you're pretty much good. You're pretty much good. Let's see how YouTube's doing. Volcano's boring in regards to volcano update. Responding to some YouTube comments. But yeah, I think that's what I would go for, is just give him jeans, man. Just give him jeans. Done the faded effect on that comic character to full-size character, probably should. You could do that. Yeah. I mean, then you'll just start looking like a weirdly festive character, Aqua. But yeah, this is also true. Yay, sanity prevails. People complaining about politics are getting downvoted into oblivion, and I'm getting more likes than dislikes now. It only took like an hour, but we're getting there. How dare I promote Doctors Without Borders? How dare I? Politics in my dwarf fortress. How dare I? Faded light blue jeans with green pockets. You could also do some like patches if you want to add more character. There's a lot of different routes you could go with that. All of them are pretty effective too. King's getting those things done. Looks like I need more charcoal. Based on the fact that no one is working on stuff. Charcoal. Make another hundo charcoal. Get some more glass blocks done. Also, I do like the comment of go into Blind's self-promote channel, state that you're streaming DF, and summon stone. Like that's the ritual to summon a stone into your chat. Hmm? Assuming everybody's reasonable, we can talk about whatever the hell you want. Assuming everybody's reasonable and nobody just starts memeing to piss people off, then yeah, we can talk about literally anything. But specifically, I'm talking about the comments that I made in at the end of the news video that I put up today. Mostly just echoing everything else that's already been said by other people. But still, it should be said. Stone has been MIA. Well, Stone's probably been asleep. Actually, the cycle of Stone works in mysterious ways, and there is points where Stone is awake during the day, and points where Stone is very much not awake during the day. So, I think currently Stone is going to bed towards the end of my streams, which I think is around when you're on. So I have a feeling that you know, give it like a month, and Stone will be at a point where Stone is waking up right around the time you're starting. At which point, then he'll definitely have a Stone pop in. Yeah. All right, do that. There we go. But yeah, no. Generally, I think that, and then this will be the last floor for this. And then we're good. We have to then start working on this layer and this layer. But generally, I think, Aqua, that the people who watch this Twitch stream are pretty sane when it comes to communicating about politics and events, even if we disagree. Like, there's definitely people in my chat that disagree with me politically, but we can still have intelligent discussions. YouTube is a bit of a different ballgame when it comes to that stuff. YouTube's a bit of YouTube. And if you're watching this VOD on YouTube, I'm not calling out you in specific. You're lovely. But if you're that person with an anime avatar that's screaming about politic in my video game, then you know what? Sit on a nail. That's basically it. I'll put politic wherever I want to tick it. You can bitch, moan, and complain, but I find it oddly satisfying. It's much easier to have a rational conversation. I think that Twitch is a much more moderatable space. It's a lot easier to kind of weed out the, I don't want to say undesirables, but it's a lot easier to kind of sift through the dumb and run into less of that. Does that make sense? And I'm sure some of you have probably noticed I do a lot of sifting through the dumb on this channel. Like, it's something that I do quite frequently. Also, it is fall. Autumn has come, and the humans have arrived with their annual tributes. And I don't know why I keep saying but it's just right in front of me. I just can't. You know, if only it was a water buffalo, then they'd be ooh-wooing us. Antagonistic individuals, sure. It's easy to on Twitch to weed out problem individuals, which means it's easier to curate your own echo chamber. That's what it actually means. They said that you did it wrong? What, that you commented wrong? Or that the way you did your calculus was wrong? Well, that's not too bad. Some wild animals. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. There's the scroll. A donkey and a duck. A donkey duck. Oh, so they said that you did your math wrong, but you didn't do it wrong? So it was a calculus tutorial that was wrong? Huh. I like that you remember what your first YouTube comment was. My first YouTube comment was probably in, like, 2007, so I don't fucking remember. But I do remember when YouTube used to keep a stat of how many videos you'd watched, and I remember when it hit 99999, which was the maximum at the time. Redbeard, what is up? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. I hope things have been glorious in the realms of the Redbeard. A nickel figure. Let's look before this area gets too cluttered. Probably nothing particularly stand out. A superior quality nickel figurine of humans. This item is an image of 2 humans in nickel. The object menaces with spikes of plum ogate. Someone's smoking outside. Pleasant. Here I am. I mean, you know, there you go. Also, very good news. Maybe this actually is why Simplex didn't get elected this year. Perhaps Simplex stepped down because she knew that she was pregnant. But we have a brand new baby girl in the fortress who says Gadaga. Gadaga. Gadaga? There's lots of aunts and cousins in the fortress. And uncles. Great-grandparents, her grandparents are Sui and Focal Fury, and Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. So Fortress family continue. I think, Fonda, you were looking for a child. I know that Bastet's already asked for it, but Bastet, you've had a couple of very long-lived dwarves in the fortress, and I know Fonda hasn't. So I'm just going to kind of hold it for a minute if LaFonda wants it. Sorry, Bastet. Because you had that legendary dwarf and then the sequel to yourself. Your first words, LaFonda, are Gadaga. Gadaga. You just really, really, really want Gadaga. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her hair is straight. Her very long hair is neatly combed. She has a broad chin. Her slightly flattened ears are somewhat short. Her hair is a crew. Her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt, and her eyes have slightly thin irises. She likes brimstone, platinum, ooh, fancy, blue diamond, alderwood, the color crimson, gauntlets, windows, and leopard men for their spotted coats. The sight of the fuchsia velvet, and when possible, prefers to consume ibex beetroot, and absolutely hates snails. She personally values honesty and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she is impolite and inconsiderate of property. She probably cries at night and poops her diaper. She forms strong and emotional bonds with others, like Mommy, and at times to her detriment. Where's Mommy? She is sloppy with her living space because she's a baby, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. So she walks out the front door and into traffic. Got it. Just like my little sister did. She is rarely happy and enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She likes the idea of birthday parties but doesn't like it when people have them around her. She tends to be passive in discussions, doesn't talk much because she can't because she's a baby, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Well, I mean, she's a baby. She likes to brawl, probably with mom, when her diaper's getting changed, and does not easily fall in love or develop positive feelings because she's a baby. She doesn't seek out excitement because she's a baby, and she tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one to pass. Well, obviously, they took away your lollipop again. She begins to talk much more slowly when she's exasperated. I mean, she can't talk yet, so she's a baby, so I guess when she's exasperated, she just stops mumbling. And she has a certain stare when she gets annoyed. Well, yeah, she's a baby. That's all she can do. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day because she's a baby. I can't remember long division at all, I'll be totally honest with you. I know how to do division, and I know how division works, but doing it on paper? Fuck that. Calculator's where it's at. Welcome to the Fortress, LaFonda. Chat, what's something you've completely forgotten that you were taught in the school? Trigonometry! That's all I have to say. I don't remember anything of that. I mean, Iron Cobra, you take baby, you take vat of beer, you dunk baby into beer, and baby has been dwarfed. Done. They probably bathe their babies in beer. Pour the beer on the baby. I mean, I would say geography because half the countries have changed since you graduated, but then I'd feel too old. Although I feel like I learned more about geography from, like, playing GeoGuessr on streams than I did in school. Sorry, Mom. Didn't really retain much of that, unfortunately. Where are those soaring humans? Good question. Walking. Very, very slowly. Ah, I see. There's your human. I don't know why he was walking. 5 prepared termite brain. Man, that would have required some tweezers. How many termites do you need to kill to get a serving of termite brain? I wonder. Oh yeah, fuck chemistry. Right there with you. I don't even remember learning chemistry. I know I did. I certainly learned some chemistry. I don't remember any of it. I remember some HTML too. That's not chemistry, but that's something I remember from school. Not exactly useful now, but you know. I remember some of it. You learned how to sleep on tables? I mean, oh, you mean while like sleeping on a desk while sitting at the desk? I mean, I grew crystals and stuff for chemistry, which was fun. I remember doing that. Although the most useful chemistry that I learned is called cooking. I know it's a weird concept to some people, but it's the most useful thing that I learned growing up was how to cook. You know, I actually learned that you can read the descriptions. Oh, the topic being discussed is the source of the voice. So they're talking about vocal cords. Where does voice come from? That's neat. You didn't even get cooking lessons? I was homeschooled, so I did take a handful of high school classes, but the majority of my knowledge base was just, you know, taught to me by my mom and dad, basically. My grandma, who I saw occasionally, and my parents made sure I knew how to cook. I was one of those weird kids. But I passed all my high school exams, so there's that. 4 years early, then went and got a job. I just kind of said fuck it at a point and just went and did that. I mean, so I used to drive my mom nuts when she was teaching me long division, and I remember this because I also had someone else who was helping me learn at the time. The elves have arrived to trade. And I would be given like a pretty standard like 3-digit long division problem, and I would look at it, do it in my head, and write down the answer. And they're like, no, you have to do the whole thing. I'm like, but it's so much work. And I could just look at it and solve it in my head and just write down the answer. The answer was correct, but I got in trouble with that a bit because I didn't type in the whole thing or write down the whole thing. You learned how to cut garlic by the age that you could grip a knife. Good stuff. You should know how to cut garlic. Sell those barrels. I'm trying to just keep the amount of barrels I have down to a minimum so I don't accidentally sell them to the elves. Is there anything else I don't need? Certainly don't need that many ropes. Let's do pike. Don't really need pikes either. Writing down my process of estimation is what you should have been taught. I wasn't estimating, though. I was just writing down the answer. If I was estimating, then yes, and I could do that, and I knew how to do that. But why was always the problem that I had. My problem with math was I hated it, and I was always better at it than I should be based on how much effort I had to put in to get good at it. But I hated it. Like that was the problem that I had with math. Was I was way too good at just doing it all in my head and hated it. So even though I was taught how to do that, Redbeard, I refused. It wasn't a matter of I didn't know how to do it. It's just I didn't do it. You know? They like try and teach a kid to not do that. Good luck. Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's lots been added to your maps. What requests do you have of us? All of these, and we'll have to check the maps in a sec. And I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Nothing super new over on the maps from the looks of things. No green highlighted spots. But you're still invading Spidery Desert. Kade Machine Hollow is sending out orders that I have no idea about. Of course, lives here in secret, far away from the reaches of those pesky green gobs. And here come those humans. One at a time. One wagon at a time. Gave me a nickel figurine. I looked at it, yeah. I checked the nickel figurine. It wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. It's going to be very hard to find it now. Oh, there it is. Nickel figurine of humans. Yeah, it's just that. It's a superior quality nickel figurine. Superior. Did your mom tell you how to do it right after doing it wrong? That doesn't seem very helpful. But cooking is a skill like anything else, right? I've got a dwarf who's in the military who's depressed, wants to go train. Cooking is a skill like anything else, and if it's something that you're bad at or doing wrong, you yourself has to get better. You yourself have to get better. The only person who can improve at that is you. Nobody else. I mean, like, I was shown some basic cooking techniques by my grandmother. I was taught how to make stir fry. Was taught how to make basic curries. I was taught how to do some basic baking. I was shown how to make rice, how to make pasta, how to make homemade pasta, and a few other things. But most of the actual cooking experience I have has been by myself. Oh, shit. Sorry, my brain just, like, blew up because Samroast 1 was released on Steam. The original Samaroast game. Samarost? Samarost? I don't actually know how to pronounce these names properly. But this is a old point and click game from 2003. Damn. Might need to stream that, actually. Of course, these are the people who make, you know, Machinarium and all of these fun games. I might need to play that. It's nice that they up-resed it and re-released it, you know? Botanicula? I never played Botanicula. I do remember playing Summerroast and Summerroast 2 online years ago in a browser. And I played Machinarium. I've been thinking about replaying Machinarium, actually, because I bought the soundtrack for it, right? I feel like Machinarium would be a fun game to replay. Probably my favorite art out of all of their creations. They're just beautifully weird little games. Beautifully weird is how I would describe them. That is a lot of glass we've made in the last minute. Let's see how baby LaFonda's doing. I wonder, actually, are you the... Yeah! You're the second child of Simplex and Vinsati. Jack Nurick was the first child. So your older brother, LaFonda, if you're still listening, is 5 years old. LaFonda's older brother is 5 years old. So we now have 2 families making babies now, which is good. Which is good. We gotta trade with these dwarves, and then gotta do more of that. Yeah, you have an older brother. I wasn't sure if you had an older brother or not, or if that was their first kid. I couldn't remember if they'd had kids before. Those two got married during the tavern celebrations. The pleased fuck dwarves celebrations. You still have some growing to do. I mean, hopefully you'll do better than Chico, the last weebab that was born where his mom died shortly after he was born. You're only 18 days old. You are very much a weebab. I mean, Simplex, who's your mumsy, is our bookkeeper. And, you know, 109 years old. So I am sure that you will have a very literature-heavy upbringing. Sweet. Everything seems to have been done. Let's set everybody to celebrate. And I'm going to take a real quick toilet break because I haven't really taken a break since I started. I've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Time flies. You played the Android port of it? Oh, yeah, no. I mean, those games would be great on Android. I'll be back in a minute. BRB. I'm back. I mean, I did when I used to piss every 15 minutes when I was an undiagnosed type 1 diabetic who was about to keel over and die. So, might want to see a doctor if you have to pee every 15 minutes. Unless you have known reasons for that. But I also have drank almost a liter of coffee today, so. I mean, that's not going to help. The drinking water comment. Drinking lots of water will also make you have to pee. I would like to see just a classic hotkeys mod where it just makes the entire game keyboard driven again. I'm wondering how long it's going to take for something like that to actually happen, but who knows? Who knows? It's hard to say. I feel like Kush Kush is probably exaggerating, but I don't know. I'm also not a doctor, nor am I going to diagnose you. But if you were peeing every 15 minutes, that's not normal. That's all I'll say. That is not normal. You shouldn't be peeing that much. You know what? Actually, I'm just going to let the dwarves do whatever for right now. Until the traders have left. Let's just work on this wall. This wall bit up here. Try and get this whole thing done. Got one more layer to do after this one. Because I'll just, I guess, kind of a comment on issues. I'm not trying to diagnose anybody with anything here, but I was convinced that nothing was wrong for the better part of a year, when in reality I was, by the time I finally went to the hospital, a couple of days away from just keeling over and dying, if not maybe a week or two. So, just because things seem normal doesn't mean they're necessarily normal. Body stuff is weird. But also not talked about enough. The Green Tower of Glass. That will be filled with stuff soon. Someday. Someday. The Green Tower of Glass. Well, a little bit worried about Simplex. Been very anxious after pondering voice. Has been very far away from friends for a while. You know, I think that Simplex, we're going to take you off of being a scholar for a little bit and put you on being a tavern keeper. Give you a slightly different job for a bit and let you do some slightly different things with your life for a bit. As much as Simplex likes pondering and being a scholar, I think that we should move Simplex to a slightly different role in the fortress for a little bit. Just because, you know, the added parental pressure of having a baby. Like the Wizard of Oz. I didn't even think about that, actually. Although I haven't thought about the Wizard of Oz in a very, very, very long time, so. I have not thought about the Wizard of Oz in a long time. Just need a golden road. I mean, you could pretty easily do that. The great and powerful Oz. You could totally do that. Although Oz would most certainly be a necromancer in this world. Hey, Critty. If you're curious, your dwarf's still out and about. And your wife, Cooler, was very, very much going through hard times, but was beaten and put in prison for her crimes and is now significantly less distressed in her day-to-day living after being beaten for the horrible crimes of vandalism that she committed. Yeah, you're married. Finishing your final? Huzzah for finishing your final. Finals this late? Yep. There's people still doing finals. Lots of people doing finals, actually. It's part of the reason streams have been a little quiet recently. It's because a lot of people have been doing finals. Like, chat, who here is, aside from Critty, obviously, is stuck in finals right now? Trying to get that shit done. Maybe you're the final taker? I mean, there's this thing called summer school, so you'll probably never be the final taker because there will always be somebody else taking another final. You know how I literally just said that Cooler's been doing a lot better? Well, Cooler's tantruming again. Good job, Cooler. Excellent. Time to... Ooh, you just... Who are you slapping? Don't you fucking hurt Tiny Goliath. Looks like he's dodging pretty efficiently. Sweet. Seems to have stopped beating. How injured are you, Tiny? His foot's broken. His foot's smashed open. His third toe's dented. His foot is bruised. His foot is torn open. Okay, so it's just your foot. Somebody come and recover the wounded, please. Our king is coming to recover the wounded. It's definitely sound effects. I'm listening to a free noise generator. The merchant attacked him again. King Kade, where are you at? These people are reporting the crimes. Get over here, King Kade. Recover the wounded. We do not need to lose Tiny Goliath. Tiny Goliath is a very, very, very valuable dwarf. This crime is going to have to be dealt with. All right, Cooler appears to be heading out and just doing whatever now. But the crime was reported, or is getting reported. Hasn't been reported yet, but will be reported. The dwarves are leaving. Yeah, I use mynoise.com for my background ambience. It's free and there's like it's not something I need to pay for and it's not something that they claim if I use it in YouTube videos. So it's just background noise. What the fuck? Why? Just went and beat him some more. You ass. Still mostly your foot, but fuck. It's like my mayor's getting down here to do some diagnosing. Get in here, Darren. We need you. 1 count of disorderly conduct. Uh-huh. More than 1, I think. I swear to God, if Tiny dies, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, actually, like, that's gonna cause some salt. Like, I could make some potato chips after that salt. Goffer's getting up here to clean the patient. You need a bucket first. 2 counts of disorderly conduct, it looks like. Considering the king was the witness on the second one. You know the king is telling the truth. Good God, man. That is wild. Not dead yet. You know what always amazes me with Reddit is how many people do not know how to take screenshots of video games. You know what I mean? There are so many people who seem to have no idea how to do that. It always blows my mind that so many people have absolutely no clue how to do that. They just like take a photo or a video of their screen. It's like, oh wow, like a lot of you don't know how to do this. Weird. There we go. Suturing, diagnosing, checking other injuries. Your stitches are done now, I'm assuming. Yep. Got that pigtail sewn into the neck. Getting more stitches. All right, let's check these counts of disorderly conduct. One witness of disorderly conduct and 1 witness of disorderly conduct. Let's see what your punishment is this time. Really? No sentence pending? Maybe give it a second. "29 days in prison and a beating." Okay, there we go. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. You're back with food? Welcome back. Hope you got good food. We're getting, we had a dwarf tantrum again. So now he's surrounded by doctors. Although appears to be up and walking again. There you are. You're gonna go report a crime. That's funny. I have a crime to report. I got beaten. Curious how much more is added to those disorderly conduct claims after this. Also, what food did you get, Beer Minier? And investments are open, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. All right, so we're chaining Cooler up. After beating him, I think? Are we stuck? I think we stuck. Let's unstuck them. There, we're now unstuck. It's another count of disorderly conduct that Cooler gets. Although this dwarf needs to go store something in a stockpile before he can go back. Still 57 days in prison now. That's a... Based on the amount of mood that Cooler gained back after the last round in prison, I have a feeling this 57 days will be enough to completely remove all of his stress, assuming she still goes back to being repentant instead of something more negative. Are you from Iceland? But that sounds delicious. That indeed sounds delicious. There we go. You're from the Netherlands? Oh, okay. Just an Icelandic brand then, I guess? I getcha. Cool. It's like there's one person that I know of who watches this stream from Iceland, and he originally lived in the UK when he started watching and went on a vacation in Iceland at the start of the pandemic and just kind of was never allowed to leave. And so he's still in Iceland, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Oh, in your bowl right now, about a kilo of that? That's... that sounds like good evening snack. Not gonna lie. Feels repentant. There we go. That should fix cooler for a time. I mean, I didn't need to consume as much pasta last night as I did, but I did. Did I regret it this morning? Yes, but did I regret it last night while I was eating it? Absolutely not. That was lovely. The MF percentage? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what that question means. Oh, milk fat. Okay. I have no idea. You have to go get the packet, and that's downstairs. Or if you know what flavor, we could just look up the flavor online. That's something we could do. If we could just look up the flavor, I'm sure they're... I mean, as somebody who has to use many apps to figure out carbohydrates percentages, there's plenty of apps and websites out there that are just databases of nutrition facts. Calorie Score, Fat Secret, there's a bunch of dieting ones. There's one called Nutrition DB, which is just like literally photographs of all that stuff. But yeah, I'm sure that information's available online. Get that done. I'm waiting on that one. And then one more layer, and then we're done with this. If the ball doesn't fit in your mouth, it's not yours. I mean, or you just need to grow a bigger mouth. Or you need to become Snek and learn to detach jaw. I guess that means all balls belong to all snakes. By that logic. Also, the vocalist of the Rolling Stones also would have a lot more balls than I would. Also, I legit just blanked on his name. Your jaw can dislocate? I mean, anybody's jaw can dislocate. You probably shouldn't do that. Mick Jagger, that's his name. Yeah, that was it. My brain was telling me Chad Kruger, and I knew that was wrong. Which is dumb, because I should know, because I know the moves like Jagger song. Aaron Yeager. Something that rhymes. Hello, Seeker 10,000? That's how many zeros are there. Hello. How's the giant tower going? I got one more layer, and then I will have made it to the bottom of the tavern. Making glass takes time, and I'm not being very efficient about it. Did I just commit crimes? I don't think so. Speaking of, how's Cooler doing? Cooler, how are you? Now that you're in prison. Again, way happier than you were before. Excellent. Just keep getting happier. Stay in prison and just get happier. That's all that I need you to do, is just stay prison and get happy. Did I forbid that? Yes, I did. So just waiting for all those to get deconstructed. You're watching through the backlog on YouTube. Can you have a dwarf? The only dwarf that I have available right now is a merchant who is 150 years old, so they won't live very long. I could give you a child, and I can keep that in mind since you're watching through on YouTube. But currently I don't have anything available. When a child pops up, I'll keep that in mind, though. Unless you want the merchant, but like I said, the merchant might just fall over and die. What episode are you on YouTube, if I can ask? And also, thank you for watching the YouTube videos. Yeah, I kind of make exceptions for people who venture over from YouTube. We're on episode 7. Good luck. We're on, what, 103 right now? And I'm up to... 101's coming out tomorrow on YouTube, so... There's a lot of Longdeath to work through. And it does slow down at a point. You need a little lake bear? Oh, boy. Well, hurry up, dwarves. Get fucking. That's basically it. Still getting more and more less depressed, which is good. And let's also get some of that weaving going. More or less depressed, yes. More or less depressed. I was putting them out quicker than you could watch. Well, I mean, here's the thing. There is an end, right? Like, there will eventually come a time where I cannot put these out quicker than you can watch them, so... But I also totally respect that, you know. I mean, there's also the part where if you just start watching the streams, then 6 months you'll be ahead of where you would have been anyway, and then after the series is over, you can go back and watch the early ones if you really want. At the end of the day, the VODs that go up on YouTube, and I've stated this many times, are primarily an advertisement for my streams. They are primarily ads for my streams. And like even like the news videos that I do all kind of come back and around to that, where I want people to watch the streams, you know. Well, I interview Tarn and I shout out my streams, you know. Like the streams are where I make my living. The YouTube stuff is a side hustle that has started actually getting some traction the past year. Is Clay still depressed? Let's check in. Nope. Sweet. We can release the military from training. But yeah, I mean, for a very long time, I had the YouTube video and I would post stuff to it and nobody watched it for years, right? Like, I actively was posting to the YouTube channel throughout like 2014 to 2016. I kind of stopped for a bit and then started back up again in 2018 and I kind of haven't stopped. But even then, it took 2 years for people to even start watching stuff. So... If I were to start a fortress in the same world, I mean, I've probably already had those same items show back up as trade goods. If you trade the same item to traders constantly, the price will go down. As the number of that item goes up in the world, the desire for that item goes down. But items get lost. They can be captured by thieves and critters, most commonly memed as Kias. Can catch your stuff, can take your stuff and fly away with them, and they will be lost in the world. So items do get lost, but absolutely, yeah. If I grab, if I were to start a new fortress up, yes, I would run into stuff that I've sold. I would also, if I were to play as an adventurer and go to those locations, I'd probably find those items. You found me on the maps video? Really? Huh. That's interesting. Also, whoa, dropping more subs. Say la vie. Gifted subs. So, like, trust me, that number up above my head dropping by 10 on the hour is not because I've suddenly lost all of my audience, I swear. There was a pretty large number of subs gifted roughly a month ago. I think it was like 30 one day, and then roughly a week later there was like another 15, 20. So we're losing all of those. No, only producing one thing is a terrible investment in Dwarf Fortress, which is why the mug economy is kind of a meme. When and what I was playing? I feel like you've been around the stream for kind of a long time. Like, it says that you've been following me since September 2020, but I feel like you've been following me longer than that. I don't know. I feel like I pissed you off and you unfollowed me at a point and then came back, which is also fair and not too uncommon. That was on you? Oh, fair enough. I mean, people need to realize that, like, even when I'm acting aggro, it's just dry sarcasm. And a lot of people don't realize that initially. If I'm genuinely mad at somebody, you've been banned. Like, if I'm genuinely mad at you, you're banned. And you will never type in the chat again. But a lot of people, I think, will say things that I will respond to very sarcastically that I think a lot of people don't pick up on immediately, which throws some people off. It's not super uncommon. It's kind of my own fault, though. I need to be better about that stuff. It's not really anybody else's fault. It's me, and I need to work on that. I'm an adult, which is why you hold me in high regard. I mean, I guess that on the internet, it's really easy to encounter children or adults that want to appeal to an audience of children, which is a very, 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 very good way of making a lot of fucking money in this industry, you know, is appealing to an audience that is very young. I don't appeal to an audience that is very young. I also don't really appear to a delicate audience. You know, like my personal Discord is filled with all kinds of Discord, right? But like a lot of stuff that I do with my team is a lot more, censored's the wrong word. Held back, I think is how I would describe it. More marketable. I'm not the most marketable channel. Part of because of how I hold myself and part of how I act. I'm not ever going to have a large mainstream audience. I would like to have a bigger audience. Hopefully the Steam version of DF helps with that. But I am who I am, and I ain't going to change that because I annoy some people. That's the way things always were back in the day on Twitch. Is you were who you were, and it doesn't matter. Now everybody wants to hide and be somebody else. A lot of people, I feel like, the more time I spend on the internet, the more people I encounter that are afraid of being themselves. And this is caused by many number of personal problems that they need to work on, or self-esteem issues that could be caused by a lot of things, and they want to hide. And I think that that is extremely sad. It's part of the, oh, I'm gonna, go be a VTuber, or I'm going to not show my face on stream. I mean, turning camera off is different. That's focusing on gameplay, in my opinion. But creating an avatar and being something else, or playing a character, or even like showing your face, but like acting on stream. Like there are people who do that when like they have one personality when they're on stream and it's completely different when they're not on stream. It's something that I really like about the team that I work with, is like none of us are really like that. We're all just kind of there and honest. But there's a lot, especially like, when you look at like younger folk YouTube, or like a lot of Fortnite YouTubers, or even like people that would play games like Minecraft to a degree, or Roblox. A lot of those communities are, they're not being themselves. They're just being an entertainer. They're being an actor, which is totally fair. Just have their online self sometimes as well. Sure, but if your online self is too far away from what an actual human being is, that is the biggest instant lack of interest thing that I could ever run into. But like, we all have slightly different personalities. I talk to you guys differently than I talk to my parents. But I talk to you guys pretty much the same way that I talk to my friends. The only difference is if I'm speaking with my friend Kevin, for example, one of my few real friends, I'm a little bit less filtered is a pretty good way of describing it. Like, it's not that I have no filter, but there are things that I will say when I'm talking with Kevin that I won't say on stream. That being said, like, I'm still basically just myself. I'm just a little bit less held back when I'm talking with people I know super well. That's the only real difference. Because he knows me super well, so I can say that. There's some people out watching me every time, whenever I stream, that aren't going to know me super well. And so if I just go and say something that would maybe be normal for me to say, but people may not be used to hearing me say that, it'll freak some people out. So it's a wise thing for me to have a little bit of sanity filter. Or even just small things, like I won't name drop friends of mine that I know outside of Kevin. Just because I know that I'm allowed to do that with Kevin. But I do actually have kind of a concern when I see people hiding from their own personality online. Just be yourself. Kevin is a good guy. I wouldn't say that. Kevin is my friend. I don't know if Kevin's a good guy. I don't know if I would say that Kevin is a good guy. But then again, I also wouldn't say that I'm a good guy. But you know what I mean. I feel like in my experience with Twitch, Aqua, the people who are acting on Twitch are people that I have a hard time trusting. The people who have a larger than life personality on stream, the people who play a persona on stream, are often people I don't trust, because they're often people that have something to hide. Which is extremely fucking judgmental of me, and I know that. But I've also had that experience enough times. Any place for inside the tower? No, because it's going to get filled with magma eventually. It's going to be a giant lava lamp when I'm done with it. Hey, Clander. Sup? Time for a Dwarf Fortress Hot Tub stream? You joke, but... And, wait, what? Oh, I deleted the image. Never mind. I actually, I had a hot tub JPEG that I put on the stream, but I deleted it from my computer, so. I'd have to get it back. Yeah, it's gonna take. I need a project for the next 200 years, so that's gonna be my project for the next 200 years. Judo. Oh damn, I haven't done judo since I was like 11 years old. It was good times, good memories. We used to go play laser tag at the end of every year. It was fun. This is the hot tub he's making. I mean, I could. Okay, so hear me out. I could make a lava thing, and then with a layer of floor over top of it, and then fill the thing above it with water, which would in theory heat the water, and then we dump all the dwarves in the water, and that would be a hot tub, right? But maybe we should do something like that. I don't know. Maybe. I won't say never. Maybe. Judo was good when you were young, but now every time you walk into any type of dojo, there's some bastard that needs to use me for the big people ain't good fighters demonstration. Oh, that sucks. Are you really tall, Beerman? I mean, I learned that it's really hard to fight or do anything of that sort with no depth perception. Because I have no depth perception. I don't think I won a fight in the like 3 years that I did judo. Granted, I was like 13, 12, 11-ish. So I wasn't very old and didn't have a huge amount of experience with anything. I've won fights since then, but not using any judo techniques. Okay, so you're tall and built. I getcha. Yeah, I mean, well, to a degree, the tall people aren't good fighters thing is an accurate argument, but it's more like a tall people are easier for a short person to knock over, less of a tall people are not good fighters. Tall people can be very good fighters. They just fight differently than a short person would. If you get a punch in, boom, fight over. No, totally. Or rather, if you just grab them and lift them up. When I was in musical theater, because I did musical theater for 3 years, a friend of mine, Dion, he was this abnormally tall kid for his age. Like he was like maybe 16, but he was like 6'5"-ish. So like pretty tall for a 16-year-old. Could pick me up by my neck and lift me off the ground. Because I was like 14 or so. He could just like do this, cut my neck. I'd hold onto his arms and he could just lift me. Because I've always been super slender. Even though I'm tall, I'm skinny, so I'm light. So he could just lift me by my neck. And I'd support my own body weight, but like it was very, very funny to do that and freak everybody else out. When friends try to high kick you? I don't believe I've ever been there. That sounds like internal decapitation-ish. Not if you support your own body weight on their arms. I thought that I was just a Head and Shoulders. I mean, unfortunately, streamers do have legs. But yes, I'm 6'1". And hey, Psycon, how we doing? Hope things are well over in your world. She got about to your shoulder, and then then you grabbed her foot. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, yeah. No, I can see that mental image. But yeah, that's pretty much how that would go. You try and high kick a really tall person, and then they grab your foot and throw you over. It's like, well, good luck. Like the only real way to take out a super tall person is just hit him in the knees. Just try and let gravity do some work. People are just short. I mean, I say that I'm not that tall, but then I go to conventions and I'm like looking over most people's heads. It's like, huh, I'm not tall. I don't feel tall. But in comparison to normal people, I'm quite tall. Good to hear, Psychon. Glad things are well. They're just made to assassinate you. I always have to explain to people, because I worked for McDonald's for 8 years on the night shift. And McDonald's is designed for like a Filipino woman. Not designed for a tall Caucasian dude. So every guy that was around my height who worked in any fast food place that I ever worked in developed back problems within 6 months. I don't know, should I? $185 at 185.928. I know that I always say I'm about 180 centimeters, but I wanted to get the exact number. 0.928. There you go. 185.928 centimeters. That's about how tall I am. Counters were uncomfortably short, right? They're designed for very short people, and it's like, ow, my back. I blame a lot of my back problems on just being hunched over for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end over kitchen equipment. So like this was not designed for somebody my height and build. It was designed for somebody much more petite. Not much I can do about it though. Yeah, so you're like that much taller than me, maybe? Those are really small stairs. Damn. With the tall people counter? My apartment has a tall people counter. I don't need to bend over at all to use my stove or counters. I also have a standing desk in which I can stand up straight, and it still has like it can go that much higher. So it's been, you know, like I'm not I don't pretend to be super tall. I'm like above average, but not by a wild amount or anything. Let's leave that one suspended. There we go. Get those done. Did we try a standing desk? You're 182.88 centimeters? Oh, really? 182.88. I use feet for heights out of habit because that's what doctors use around here. So that's what my doctor always asks me is how many feet tall are you? Because like that's one of the few holdovers. Because Canada is like this problem where we use this weird combination of metric and imperial, and there's just some things that are used in imperial because that's just the way those industries have always operated. Like everything medical related is imperial instead of metric, which is annoying as shit, but it is what it is. Like my apartment is rented out in square footage. So when I tell my tax lady that my apartment is 40.1 square meters, she looks at me blankly and goes, oh, I can just transfer and just does the math because it's like nobody here thinks about it in those terms. which is kind of annoying, but is what it is. We were ruined by the fact that their kitchen knives were literally slabs of metal. More bends in it than the Amazon River? Wait, what? Oh, the vacation house that you went to? I mean, I've stayed in, I don't know what kind of vacation house this was, but I've stayed in some Airbnbs with some pretty questionable cutlery. You're like a micron over 6 feet tall. It's like my dad. My dad always says he's 5'9¾", which is very funny. That's what my dad always says because he's like just under 6 foot, just under. It's very funny, and I'm like about that much taller than my dad. Which is also kind of funny because my dad is just 5'9¾", which sounds like platform 9 3/4. Never felt tall until you met a college acquaintance family members who are tomorrow. I felt like a giant standing next to them. Right? It's like you never feel tall until you're around a bunch of people that are way shorter than you. Like if I go to Richmond, which isn't the part of the greater Vancouver area I live in, if I go to Richmond, which is where one of my friends lives, I feel super tall because that's where the majority of the Chinese, Korean, and Japanese populations live. So I just feel like fucking Andre the Giant when I go out there because everybody's teeny weeny. It's like, holy shit, you're all so short. What in the fuck? And that's always weird when that happens. So, I have no idea what this game is, right? Prefacing this. I just got an email about a game coming out on the 27th. And they're asking if I want a review copy. Never heard of it. But this is the email. The wait is over. The psychedelic brawler Kung Fu Jesus arrives on Steam next Thursday. I'm sorry. What? The fuck's a psychedelic brawler? But it is called Kung Fu Jesus. I might need to watch this trailer. Hold on a second. Pardon me while I watch this trailer. 87 views on this trailer. Ouch, this is hard to look at. I mean, it's called Kung Fu Jesus. I don't think I need to play this, but more like Lens Flare Jesus. All right, let's get these unforbidden. And then we're done with the tower. Going up anyway, then we get to start going down. What time of year is it? Midwinter? Let's finish this up and lock everybody inside. All the mandates are kept. We good? Or just too tall? I mean, Canada's very, 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 very mixed culturally. So we got a bit of everything here. Some people are tall, some people are way, way short. Depends on where your family's from. How's Cooler doing? Out of prison? Doing okay. Doing okay from the looks of things. You hate being short? Why is that? There's a lot of Dutch in this chat. Just, I don't know why, but we've always had, which means you're a giant, Clander. But yeah, there's always been a lot of people who are Dutch from here. Like, I mean, I have a lot of Dutch family. So at some point I will end up out in Holland at some point. If my dad's life depends on it. Like, he will make me go out there at some point because he desperately wants me to meet my great aunt and my cousins that are in their 50s. Not even like removed cousins, but like directly related cousins. For being short? That's stupid. I mean, I've been made fun of for having one eye that works. And I got harassed for having one eye that works. Kids will poke you with whatever they get. A friend of mine growing up used to get made fun of because she got tits faster than most girls her age. So... good time slot. Yeah, I've been heard that. I've been heard that. I've been told that it's the time slot that I stream at, which is why I've got so many Dutch people watching the stream. I'm just like the perfect evening time zone. I mean, yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. Actually, I was planning on going out to TwitchCon EU a week early. Visiting with family and then going to Amsterdam, and then my dad would fly home. I'd go to Amsterdam and do TwitchCon and then fly home separately. That was what we were planning on doing, but you know, then the world ended. So it feels like so long ago. We'll see you later, Dayboy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming back again. You've always wanted to go to Amsterdam, mostly for the alcohol and get high. I mean, I can get alcohol and get high here legally. I guess, like, as a Canadian, Amsterdam is maybe... I mean, there's no legal prostitution here, but not that I would really take advantage of that anyway. But, like, I can't really... outside of visiting family, which is the legitimate reason to go to that part of town. Most of my family is in Den Haag, or The Hague, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, no, there are reasons for why I would like to go there. It wasn't just like a fucking disaster of tourists, Clander. I feel like that place would be absolutely insufferable for locals during normal times. Like, it's kind of the same reason I avoid parts of downtown Vancouver. Because of lockdown stuff, or for other reasons, Clander? I haven't been bullied in a long time, outside of, like, online harassment. Like, I haven't been bullied, like, in person by a bully in a very long time. But I never handled it well when it happened in person. I've never been particularly good at dealing with those sorts of interactions. I usually end up just beating them up and then they fuck off. That's usually how that goes. Most experiences I had with kids that would bully me is they would bully me for like a year and I'd get really pissed off one day, break their nose, and then or follow them home and beat them up or something. And then they'd leave me the fuck alone and I'd have to write an apology letter. So that's usually how it went for me. I would get harassed or bullied by a kid and then I'd eventually break his arm and then they'd leave me alone. Which is generally how that went. Best way? The amount of trouble I got into for beating kids up. The amount that I got in trouble wasn't worth it. Too many people and really nothing to do except pay way too much money for weed. I'm curious. How much does an ounce of weed cost in Amsterdam? Or... because they're sold by the ounce here, but... how much is weed in Amsterdam? Genuine question, because I want to do conversion in my head. Which is another, like, you know, Canadian American bullshit thing, is that we sell weed in ounces. Sell weed in grams, please. Jesus. You can go to other better cities? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. No, for sure. Although, honestly, the reasons I want to go to Amsterdam is just... it's such a culturally important city. Like, genuinely, that's why I would like to go to Amsterdam, is because the history there is fascinating, and there's a bunch of museums there that I'd like to go to, but... . 'Cause, 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 ' In Amsterdam, it's 3 times more? For a fucking gram? Hold on. Let me do some conversions. I don't know euro to Canadian dollar. Okay, so... One ounce is 28 grams. An ounce of weed is like... If you're getting good stuff, 150 bucks. 200 for the really good stuff. That is astronomically expensive. Holy fuck. Like... You can't hold more... I can hold 10 ounces legally. Or in my house, I can have 10 ounces. Whew! Okay. No one checks that if you're, except if you're, unless you're an idiot. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's just wild to me. That is fucking wild. If you're not an idiot, you can get away with a lot. I mean, I've gotten away with a lot. But doesn't that go for most things? Like that's kind of something that you could say for most things in most places. If you're not an idiot, you can get away with a lot. Trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society. Oh, shit. Nobody important in H2O got married. They were lovers before when they showed up, but they've gotten married. So that's good. Yeah, I already did the math on that. Basically, like, it's 2 to 4 times more expensive to buy. No, okay, I said something, but I was typing in something else and thinking something else. But yeah, no, you are correct. But it's still, like, based on Beer Manier's statement of prices, that it's about twice as expensive to 3 times expensive for the cheaper stuff. For the affordable stuff. What's a bromer? Bromer? What the heck is a... I want to know what a bromer is. 2 idiots on a bromer, robbing people with a Swiss Army knife. Yeah, I'm like a light motorbike. Huh. Okay. That is kind of funny, but also scary. $20 for 1/8. It's about 15. Critty. Up here. So if you do conversions, it's about 10. And that's the legal shit. You can get it cheaper elsewhere. Very easily. But yeah, that's a rabbit hole. You couldn't cut your skin with a Swiss Army knife if you tried. Clearly, you've never sharpened a Swiss Army knife. I used to have a Swiss Army knife that I would use when camping, and oh, you could kill yourself with that if it slipped. for sure. More reasons to move to Vancouver. So, not trying to just tell you to move to Vancouver, but I can get that delivered within 2 hours legally from an official dispensary. It's roadside pickup, so I just walk outside of my house and they just hand it to me out a car window. It's pretty great. Delivery's $6. You've made a knife in a forge? That's kind of badass. I really enjoy those stupid reality TV shows that are just like, yo, we're gonna make swords, but you have to use a lawnmower. Go nut. I don't know how real those shows are, but they're very entertaining to me. What story are you telling? In the year 1, the dwarf Iteb Vildwhip became the queen of the ignited creation, our first queen. Sounds like great conversation. Oh, we're just hanging out, chilling. In an hour, or a little over an hour and a half, hour 40, I'm going to be swapping games, and we're going to be jumping over to a sponsored game. It was based on your actual anvil? Okay. There's a streamer who I watch, who's Danish, who does blacksmithing. He just has he has several really nice camera angles and a third camera angle where he streams on Reddit as well. Yep. I'm watching that dude for years. If I happen to be awake at a weirdly early hour of the morning on a day off and he's on, I will pop that stream up and watch it. And if shipping ever gets cheaper, I will buy something from him. But it's like costs twice the amount of the item to actually buy anything from him, so. I really like the necklaces and shit that he makes, and the keychains. If you pay more than $50, it's free delivery. Free delivery with the place that I buy from for more than 100, but it's the same diff. I buy every 8 months or so, so I usually go above. So you watch him while tinkering around in your workshop? Well, that's awesome. Cool shit. Twitch is such a small world when you get to that stuff. It's like, especially those of us that have been around for a really long time, Twitch is such a small place. So fucking small. Absolutely tiny. Just everybody knows each other. Which is part of why Twitch is kind of fun, you know? Every day you meet someone new. Well, I mean, I met a lot of people. Gorlak is being mauled by a forgotten beast, and he's screaming, "Ah, save me, how fragile we are." Nyah. Poor guy. It's about the same as here. Well, it's $2 cheaper, I would say. But roughly that. Be like. I think that BC specifically is so cheap because it's BC. You know, like, we've been growing weed since before it was cool and doing a better job of it than most people around the world, so we kind of just have the climate for it, so it's all just here. So it's, you know, here. Most of my friends growing up had a job over the summer that was very weird and paid in cash, where they would go into a barn and leave hours later smelling like weed. Has always been cool. I mean, it was always crime. Pretty cool crime, but still crime. His seeds failed this year. I really want to try growing some, but I will be completely honest with you. I think my dad would kill me. My mom knows. My dad don't. My dad is so against that stuff. It's not even funny. I can have 2 plants legally. With a permit, I can get up to 5, but permits aren't that easy to get. Also, Cassie, it's good to see you. How you doing? You can get a 125 pack? Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, like, a 1 gram pouch, which you can buy here, is almost always either $8 for low grade or $10 for high grade here. So if you're just buying a 1 bag with 1 gram B-lug, it's either 8 or 12, or 8 or $10. Donkey has been missing for a week? Donkey must have died. That or we just haven't seen Donkey. Ponder Nerves. How's Simplex doing since we put you into a new job? A lot happier, actually. Simplex used to really like being a scholar, but I think that Pondering Nerves got to be a bit too much for Simplex, so Simplex is now a tavern keeper and is spending time with friends, which is good. Yeah, that's a little silly, Clender. I'm more worried about people stealing them because I do live on a ground floor patio, like apartment with a patio, but it's not too hard to just walk onto the patio. No one's gonna steal kale, but I don't know. I don't know if having a nice healthy cannabis plant is necessarily the best thing. Someone's just gonna like walk up and be like, "Oh hey," and just pick the whole pot up and walk away. So, also investments are open. Heads up, chat. They come over for tea? That's odd. Sounds kind of fancy, not gonna lie. Stone, your tickets wallet has seen better days. It's nice to be up to 31 dwarves. We've actually got, what, 5 children in the fort, which is really nice to see. I was very worried about the future of this fortress for a while, but the rising number of kids has been good to see. Let's cram them all into the tavern. Oh, they come over to check and you offer them tea. Okay, fair. It sounds kind of like it's the way when you say they come over for tea, like I imagine just like mark the date. Yep, police are coming over for tea. It's like, what? I mean, when I used to work night shift at the McDonald's, the police would come and knock on the door sometimes at about 2 o'clock in the morning to use my restroom because they would they'd be on stakeouts, like watching the quiet parking lots or parked in my parking lot. And I'd always be like, you want anything? You need want some pop? You want a coffee? Even though we were closed and no one was technically allowed in, and technically I wasn't allowed to make coffee, but you know, I always had a pot brewed for myself. So. Want coffee? And they were always happy when I was the one working by myself and it wasn't like the other night shift guy, because he'd let them in to use the washroom, but he wouldn't offer them anything. So I'd just be like, hey, you want coffee? Do you want some tea? You need water? Generally, they'd say no, but sometimes they'd take me up on it. Although it was especially fun because, you know, I wasn't the best employee towards the end. I get kind of high before work sometimes because job was just in automatic anyway. And there was a couple of times before legalization when the police asked to use my restroom and I was baked out of my mind. I'm just like, oh God, I hope they don't look at my eyes. Just please don't look at my eyes. Definitely not bloodshot. Can't let them stay in here too long. There's not too much beer. Used to work outside and people offering you coffee, especially ice cream on hot days. Oh, yeah. No, I totally understand that. My eyes are bloodshot because I had also been awake for like, it didn't help that like back in those days, you know, I'd be awake for like 20 to 30 hours a day some days, many days in fact, especially if I was working the nights. I'd probably streamed all day and I'd probably gotten up at 7 o'clock in the morning and it was definitely 3:30 a.m. Definitely hadn't been bed yet. They likely knew it but didn't want to lose the coffee, probably. I mean, how many night shift McDonald's workers are not sober at work? Probably a good number. Although I don't like just talking about work, but one of the best things I was ever told by somebody when I walked into my old job was I walked into work and there was a bunch of people from head office that were over in the corner talking to my boss at the time. Did I answer your question? What, for a dwarf? Because I can give you a dwarf. We just need to wait for one. That was the only question I saw. If you asked another one, feel free to repost. Anyway, I walked in, and they pointed at me and said, "Who's that?" My boss said, "Oh, that's Greg." And I said, and then the person from head office said, "Oh, he's good. You should keep him." I literally handed in my 2 weeks that day. 3 weeks, actually. No, I missed your question. Feel free to repost it. But if you had to leave for work stuff, you would have, or for life stuff, you wouldn't have heard the answer anyway, so it's all good, I guess. Sometimes I miss things in chat. Looks like it was a while ago, too. I'm scrolling up and I don't see it. Yeah, I've never had to do any physical labor or outside jobs. That's something that well, actually, that's not totally true. I did have a job for a bit helping coach kayaking, but that was just get in a speedboat and drive around on a lake for 4 hours, which was super easy. You used to have beers with your highest boss. I never got along with anybody at work in any job I've ever had. You failed. Yeah, I've never had many friends at any job I've ever had. Although one of my favorite things, another thing that I really like to tell people, is there was this one person who used to talk to me relatively frequently. I didn't tell any of my coworkers that I'd quit, and also none of my coworkers knew what I did on the side. Nobody knew that I was streaming. And I had this one coworker who I talked with quite a bit. We got along decently, but she spoke like a walking Twitch chat. She would like constantly reference Twitch memes when she was talking. And I played along but didn't, you know, state that I streamed or anything. The last day I had, at the end of my shift, I was walking out and somebody asked me, like, "So what's your job?" Because you said that you have another job. I'm like, "Oh, I stream full-time on Twitch." And I just hear her in the back go, "What? No way, you're not cool enough." And then I literally walked out the door. I'm like, "Fuck you all. Goodbye." It's okay. They wouldn't want to watch the games I stream anyway. It's easily one of my favorite stories to tell about Twitch. I don't think I've been on a scooter while drunk. I've never been on a bike drunk. King wants 3 more ballista arrows. I mean, my dad's pretty good at biking. Oh, how do you get friends into DF into the game? I mean, if they're interested in DF, like the best resource you can give them is the wiki. The wiki, the subreddit, and the forums. You know, give them the getting started guide on the wiki. Send them YouTube channels like Krug Smash. I mean, obviously, send them streams. But I mean, just talk to them about shit that you've done. Like, if you play Dwarf Fortress yourself, and you want to get friends that are interested in the game into the game, just talk to them about the game. because that's always going to be a good form of encouragement and way to get more people interested in the game, is just by simply encouraging them to join in and play. But quite literally, just giving people like the wiki is a very, very, very good way to just get people into the game. I mean, Cassie, that might get you in trouble with certain legal departments, but may also be a very effective method of getting people to play. You lose the ability to walk before the ability to bike. I haven't been on a bicycle in like 5 years because my bike got stolen and I haven't been on it since. But I'm also legally blind, so I probably shouldn't be biking, especially on roads anymore. Works every time. I've done it dozens of times. Just make sure you give them a safe word first, yeah? Without safe words, that might run you into some criminal issues. Pineapples? LaFonda? What? Just randomly typing in pineapples, all caps, excuse me. Oh, the safe word's pineapples. I get it. That or poodle. I have a mountain bike. On a mountain bike, everything is road. You know, sure. But doesn't matter if you're on a mountain bike, a motorcycle, or a scooter. If you get hit by a car, you're flat. And I don't want to do that again. The being flat thing. It's not ideal, shall we say. Pilot's just like, I picked the time to tune back in again. Okay, so we're into late winter. I'm going to release the dwarves from their celebration. And let them go about their business as they see fit. Getting busted is indeed never fun. You guys can actually, you know what? We'll give you Simplex to follow, who's carrying the baby. Baby LaFonda. I will be back in a minute. I'm going to go do my lunch. We have a sponsored stream in an hour and a half. And till then, thank you very much to everybody who supports this stream through any means that you do, via hanging out in the chat, typing, talking, supporting on Patreon, having skulls next to your name, or anything else, because you guys let me do this full time. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people watching. So thanks for hanging out and watching the stream. And I will see you guys in about 5 minutes after I get back from food. BRB. Oh, also, if you could do a round of beers, that'd be awesome. And if you could post sound effects to, if you have them, to entertain chat, that'd be very helpful. BRB.
You fucking donkey!
Sandwich! Cheese for everyone!
Ooh, you suck!
Oh, damn, I got here just in time. Nah. Okay, we're done.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
That's a very weird way to say that streamer ate some bread for lunch. A sandwich. All right. Oh, well, not really a sandwich. I had toast with avocado and salsa on it. Actually pretty good. Messy. Pretty good. I have all this salsa and I don't know what to do with it because I don't really eat chips. So I've been getting creative with this salsa because my mom gave me this massive jar of salsa a couple months ago. Okay, it looks like no dwarves have died. A stray cow was found dead, though. Okay, it's going to take this human 10,000 years to get into the fort. 10,000 years to get into the fortress. Make burritos? I don't really eat burritos. I don't buy wraps ever. I've been eating avocado on toast kind of since I became a mid-teen. Ever since I kind of got past the young child fear of green food look gross. Once I got past that, you know, around the time I stopped hating onions and such, avocado on toast is fucking delicious. That's all I gotta say. Like a little bit of salt and pepper on that, mwah, it's tasty. Tasty as hell. And it's healthy. But yeah, no, I've definitely done like the breakfast burrito thing before. We have depletion and like scrambled eggs with some salsa on it. But like, I don't know. I don't really eat burritos. It's just not something I eat. Like at all. Very, very slowly, they walk towards the fortress. Yeah, this human is very, 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 very slow from the looks of things. Oh no, one of my dingoes died. Watch this human be carrying like a water buffalo or something. Stone, are you here? Just give me a heads up if you're here. If you're not, then I will screenshot this for you. You might be watching user room, which is why I'm not sure if Stone's here. But we are now in the year 235, meaning we're 230 years into Longdeath. Kind of a nice little number. 230. Just another 15 years and we'll be 20% done. Another 15 years and we will be 20% done, chat room. 15 years. That's a very, very long time. We'll see you later, Aqua. Thank you much for hanging out. Oh, never mind. It wasn't even something heavy. Guinea fowl. Uh-huh. Well, cool. This is a very weak human. I mean, it's a rite of passage. All of the humans in their entire faction of the group of alchemy, once a day or once a year, or one year in their life, they have to carry the tribute to the dwarven fortress known as Longdeath. They've been doing this since before they were born. It is the rite of passage and the natural thing to do. The best thing to do, in fact. As their fathers did before them, they shall carry the tribute to the dwarves as a sign of respect. Oh, really? And the elves have also arrived to trade. I'm curious to see if Darren gets elected again. I'm really, really curious to see if we will have a two-party fortress. Because I don't know. How you doing, by the way, Pilot? How's gardening? Have you actually planted anything in it yet, or are you still waiting for the... I mean... You probably don't have any problems with the soil being too dry now. And how's the water levels? Is it like scary close now, or? I mean, it's a good thing that you didn't go planting before the flooding. Like, that could have been bad, actually, now that I think about it. Because, like, if you went and planted, like, a bunch of flowers or something, you'd be in trouble. Should really sleep? Well, for what it's worth, all these VODs go up on YouTube, right? But if you should sleep, you should probably go to sleep. Like, you know, it's definitely in streamers' best interest to say, stick around and, you know, maybe get gifted a sub or other bullshit like that. But, like, no, just fucking go to bed. If you want to go to bed, go to bed. If you want to help the stream out, you can always leave the stream running. But at the same time, if you need to go to bed, go to bed. So you may be slightly less insomniatic tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow is my day off, so I will not be on tomorrow. Tomorrow, I say it's my day off. Probably going to spend a large portion of tomorrow just whitelisting people. But, you know, is what it is. All right, so this dwarf is now bored after lack of abstract thinking. So I'm going to micromanage you from a performer, which is what you've been for a while, to go be another scholar, to go ponder things. Are you still walking on a crutch? Man, you are. And you've got you've still got your stitches in. Damn, this poor dwarf. This poor dwarf. I'll serve this wine and then go back to pondering. This dwarf really wanted to spend time with friends, so I let them stop being a scholar for a bit and made them into a performer, in which they spend most of their time serving brew, which is good. It's very good for dwarven mental health. Not so good for abstract thinking. So now they want abstract thinking back, so we've given them that task back. See what the elves brought. They brought us a badger boar, a cougar, a moose, a horse, echidna, a yak, another echidna. That seems to be it. Jack, could we all say goodnight to Beermanir? That'd be cool if you could do that. But now we continue the normal tasks. So something we get to do next is I get to burrow through here, which I kind of don't want to do right now. So what I think I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip the maze layer and figure out how I'm going to do that later. I think that's how we're going to do this. And I can easily move the stockpile of green glass blocks to down here, which is also what we're going to do. In fact, I think I might do that first. So bar block. Go down to here. No metal. No other. None of that. Just green glass. Then I can go up here and get rid of all these. And we're suddenly going to have a lot of dwarves hauling stuff. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be an exciting day, I think. We also have another Halcyon After Hours VOD premiering tomorrow. So, to anybody who wants to watch a YouTube premiere with some people in chat, that'll be happening tomorrow. So there'll be posts and notifications about all that stuff. But I got a lot of team back-end things to do tomorrow. So that's what I'll be spending most of my day tomorrow doing. Oh no, I only have one dingo left. Shit. 2 of my dingoes died of old age. I only have 1 male dingo left. Okay, we're gonna have to buy us a female dingo. I did too good of a job killing their puppies, I think. And both my lady dingoes died of old age. Also, hi, Ducky. Hope things are good. Usually nothing getting blown out of proportions, yeah. It's been a pretty good week. It's been a pretty good week. How many statues I need to place? I probably do. Simplex, yes. And Kavish as well. And I also need to make one of Darren. This dwarf. The Scoid, who's our current mayor. Because our other mayor ceased being mayor and got voted out of office, which is funny that that happened. You want 3 caps, okay. Leather cap. Speaking of people getting voted out of office, how you doing, Picture Point? I don't know what you got voted out of, but we shall vote you into something so we can vote you out of it, so that you become relative to the conversation again. Or relevant to the conversation again. How's things, man? How's stuffs? I hope's you's good. Some gamers. Hey, chat, how you doing? Picture Point would like to know. If you guys don't know Picture Point plays Tarkov and a variety of other fun things, but also plays Dwarf Fortress from time to time. We need more DF streamers, more people streaming DF. So go watch Picture Point. Should do that. Deja vu? What, I've been in this place before? Pods, thanks for the host. Cheers, man, that helps a lot. Speaking of people you should watch, he's funnier and more entertaining than he thinks he is. Another, one of the people who've been streaming on Twitch for too fucking long. You guys should go follow Ponce. Seriously, do that. Thanks a lot, though, seriously, man, because I have a sponsored thing in an hour, so big thank you. Ow, that crack hurt. Just cracked my wrist. I don't know if that popped up on the microphone, but... How you liking the MMOing? The mooing? I think that's what they call those. He's playing the fantasy that is final MMO. No continuation on that fantasy. Only Final Fantasy. There's no more fantasy after that fantasy because it's the final one, I'm told. What is the sponsored thing? I have a... That. That is a sponsored thing. I also have 3 copies to give away. So it's more than just sponsored thing. Sponsored by Assemble Entertainment. Yeah, for anybody who maybe can't go look things up, it's called Lacuna. A sci-fi noir adventure. Currently, it has 100% positive reviews. That's a pretty good review score, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of doofy cutscenes? That's good. I'm glad that it's still holding your interest. I feel like everybody that I know who plays that game loves it for a period of time and then is like, I hate this fucking game. And then they love it again, and then they're like, I hate this fucking game. And then they're like, I love it. And then they're like, I hate this fucking game. And there's like no between. That means the crib, really? Huh. Interesting. I just know a band called Lacuna Coil, which is a very different thing. Moving all of them glass blocks in the ground. And the rose gold statue goes there. So the statue of Kivish is a masterful iron statue of Kivish, created by the Skoid. The item is a masterfully designed image of Kivish, the dwarf in iron, by the Skoid. Kivish is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Kivish in Trumpet Stroke in the early autumn of 229. Really? Settled in Trumpet Stroke in 229. Heard good things about that place. In many, many years. I mean, it's probably fitting. That's probably not wrong. It's probably pretty accurate. I upset the internet today. Sort of. Minorly, not majorly. But I had the dastardly, horrid desire to mention the Israel-Palestine conflict at the end of my most recent DF News video. Because, like, Tarn mentioned it on Bay 12, and I was going to save it for next week. But then I was like, well, or 2 weeks from now, because that's my birthday. It's my birthday in 2 weeks. And I do a charity stream, and I'm going to be streaming for Doctors Without Borders because of that. And because last year I did JDRF, but I'm going to do Doctors Without Borders just because of the Palestine conflict. It just seems fitting this year. And just all of the fucking crimes against humanity that's going on over there. I know it's a complicated issue. I'm well aware of that. But it's just, it feels right to do that. And, you know, I had the balls to mention it, and I've gotten a couple of the standard politics and Mador Fort news kind of comments, which have been very amusing today. So, I just think it's really funny because, like, in this stream and this channel on Twitch, we talk about politics all the time. Like, it's a daily occurrence. Politics comes up, right? Like, it's anybody who's not spent any time in my stream has probably listened to, if not talked with us at some point about some form of politic. And it's just very, very, very amusing when it's just like, oh, I mentioned it once on YouTube, and then the Earth's just mad. Can't make everyone happy. I mean, sometimes it's really funny to make people unhappy. Sometimes. With their views again. I mean, nah. I don't care if they sully my programming with their views, but, like, as long as they keep interacting, it all feeds back into the algorithm. If anything, it probably just gives me more views. All this controversy will make me famous. Me talking about the same thing everybody is talking about. You know? People getting bombed in their houses. But you know, what can you do? What can you do? Just keep streaming and talking. That's all I can do. He's like, never mix art with politics. All right, I take your grandfather's statement and I raise you Rage Against the Machine or System of a Down. Just keep streaming, just keep streaming, just keep streaming, streaming. You know, I saw Finding Nemo in the theaters, and I only learned last year that that's fucking Ellen DeGeneres. I had no idea. Literally just learned that. It's a way to turn something touchy into something beautiful. Unless you have unpopular opinions, then it can be very difficult to speak up for some people. But I think that having unpopular opinions is all the more reason why you should. Because discussion is the only way to heal anything. Doesn't matter what it is. There is no other way to heal wounds like that. It's just not possible. Almost all art is political commentary. The funny thing about art that is political commentary is in a lot of instances, people don't even realize they're making political commentary, but just because you are the person that is making it and you are making that thing with a unique perspective, your perspective, it's simply your politics. You just don't realize it's your politics unless you are trying to notice that, you know? Unless you are going out of your way to think about that, going, okay, what does this statement or this thing that I'm saying or this thing that I'm creating, what does it say about me and my views? What does it say? Not a lot of people think about that. A lot of people just kind of ignore that. Just don't worry about it. It's like if you write a song that happens to, let's just say, be about a very popular subject. Boobies. Everybody loves boobies. You could very easily write a song about boobies that ends up sounding kind of shitty towards women. Everybody loves boobs, but there's a way to do that in a way that isn't shitty. Tits is the command you're looking for. There you go. Booby, yeah, with a Y. Everything you create is saying something, whether you realize it or not. And self-censorship for that sort of stuff is just genuinely sad. But yeah, I guess kind of the takeaway picture point is that it sounds kind of like your grandfather is still... I think brainwashed is maybe too harsh of a term, but somebody won in some internal battle, which is unfortunate. Honestly, kind of sad. Am I out of glass? I don't believe so. But I'm not seeing it. I guess I'm out of glass. Nope, definitely not out of glass. I just don't know where it is. Also, sorry to just drag you into this, Picture Point. Hope you're doing well. Imagine just tuning into a stream, getting shouted out by streamer, and then immediately getting used as an example as part of a political discussion. In my Dwarf Fortress streams? Imagine. Get the picture, Picture Point? Do you get the picture? I mean, totally, especially in a world where everybody now has some sort of platform, be it your Facebook page with 25 friends or a Twitter account with 15 people that follow it. That's a platform. At the end of the day, that's a platform. And it's up to all of us to use it responsibly and in a way that we see as useful to us and our values. And I certainly have things that I see useful. Well, even little old you. Although you, ironically, probably have a bigger... You, ironically, probably have a bigger... what's the word I'm looking for? Platform than the vast majority of people in the world. I mean, I'm sure that there's probably 14-year-olds with significantly more famous Instagram accounts than you, but you have a pretty big following, all things considered. Also, this book is very apt. Do you know ignorance? It's an essay entitled "Do You Know Ignorance?" authored by Simplex, our current mayor, our ex-mayor now. It concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is very serious in tone, but it's amateurish at best. It's just Twitter commentary on politics. Very serious in tone, but amateurish at best. Can you get a fort tour? Haven't been able to catch a stream for a while. Probably hasn't changed much, but yeah, we can give you a fort tour. How you doing, Pablo? How thing? Starts all the way up here, which again hasn't changed. Tavern lair. Libraries over there on the left. Throne room over on the right. The upper layer with all the livestock and the unicorn farm. The main layer with all of our crafting such and stuff. And then down here is the storage layer. Down here is the layer with all of the statues and all of the coffins. Down here is the little maze, and then drainage, and drippy cavern basement covered in blood. Why did you think I was going to say dongs instead of simplex? What? And we are building this glass tower that goes all the way up to the top here, which is eventually going to end up being a gigantic lava lamp. But we got a ways to go before we can get there. PC was making a sudden noise. Oh no, that's not good. Bad tech! The 5 months. Howdy blind, community, and grenades? Wait, what? What do you mean by grenades? What's up? How you doing, VadTech? Thank you very much for the 5 months. That's the first resub of the day. Cheers, man. Am I using some sort of tile set? He is using some sort of tile set. Exclamation point tile set if you want the tile set. If you want to know what the game looks like in vanilla, it looks like this. That's what it would look like in vanilla. The vanilla graphics.
Here's number 2.
Thank you very much for the second resub of the day. Cheers. Just please don't number 2 on the table. If you gotta do that, like, you know, the little boys' room's around the corner. That was a bad joke. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 4 months. Welcome back. Oh, right. Yes. I mean, I did that, technically, sort of. It's not possible to do a grenades only run, but I think we've been over that. I mean, you know, you could just here's the thing, right? You could ask the streamer who's reading the chat, or you could just keep saying, could he tell the tile set name? Hey, Blind, could you tell me the tile set name? Thanks for gifting us sub to Pawns Pilot. There's where you can download it. Just click that link, you'll get it. Is it? I can't tell. Anyway, if you put a cap on there, I know it was a joke. But anyway, there's a link. Just click that and you'll download it. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. I have a handful of different versions of this tile set too. But yeah, it's a heavily modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. Thanks for the hype train. Cheers, guys. If you can get it to level 4, you can get the Spoder emote and scare people. I really want a level 4 specifically hype trade just because I want that. I want hype creep. I really want hype creep. I've been trying to get into hype trades because I want it to get to level 4 so that I can get hype creep. I want that spider. How do you pronounce your username? Because I have no idea. Anarquisita? Anarquisita? And what? Abacaxi Arquistia? Thank you very much for the prime sub. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for the little hype train? Cheers, guys. Thank you much. And I thank you in return. Streamer doesn't like speaking in third person, though, so Streamer's not going to do this for very long. He finds it mildly confusing for the old brain worm noodle thing. For the old head noodle. We're still brewing. Booze. Anarchist pineapple. Huh. I mean, I want to know what an anarchist pineapple would look like. That feels like a cartoon that someone needs to draw. No one's allowed to drive in my chat, just period. Driving should be permanently banned in the chat because everybody's under the influence of cheese. Yes, just cheese. I need a weapon whack. You've never had a third-person mode? Yeah, same. I don't know. I don't generally go into third person. Actually, that would be a fun channel points redemption. Streamer has to talk about himself in third person for 1 minute or something. And then... There we go. That would actually be pretty funny. My god, I didn't even realize, but the original library is still kind of here. This was our library like 225 years ago. This was our library. I didn't even realize that was still there. You're gonna call it crypt beer? You have my permission to use emotes and logos in bottle labels. Me? Preferred style depends on the time of year. I'm very partial to dark beers in the winter. Lighter ales in the springtime, like breakfast or wheat beers and table beers. Summer, I like hoppy as fuck IPAs. Fall, I like more like hearty ales, so like brown ales or red ales, getting a little darker. And then winter, it's all stouts. All stouts and porters all winter. So, but I don't drink that much these days. I'd like to get back to that after the pandemic's over and after my head's in a better place. But depression and booze don't mix. Moods are as only rara, and when your brain decides it needs to do something, it's just nonverbal for an hour. That sounds like it sucks. Like, I don't really know how to empathize with that because I have no idea what that would feel like. Sometimes my brain just tells me that I really want to fall off of a high building. And when my brain tells me that, I get a little bit of THC in my system and sit on my couch and eat kale chips. And it generally works. Generally. Also, because it looks like it's quieting down. Chat, thank you very much for the hype train. Revenue's been very slow this week. So cheers. Outside of the first day this week, which was great. Not much, unfortunately, Stone. One day we'll get a level 4 hype train and then I can get that spotter emote. One day. Thanks for gifting a sub, Pilot. Thanks for all the Prime subs. And the resubs. Kale chips and weed will cure everything? Not my blindness. Or cancer. Or, anything. Really? But it will make me feel like 3 points happier. Cheers from the mini hype train, chat. I know we've already done this a lot, but round of beers. Cheers. I need more coffee. I gotta save it though. I'm not gonna lie, most of the pet emotes in the hype trains right now are kind of bad. Like, there are so many good pet emotes on Twitch that when you see a bad one, it really stands out. They're all kind of real bad, which is why I want that level 4, because that's where the parrot is. I think that's where the parrot is. I want the parrot, and I want the spider. Because they're the unique ones out of those. This is in the eyes of the beholder. This is true. Kind of looks like your dog. I don't know. They just all kind of look blurry. I don't know. I feel like Twitch has forgotten how to make so bad they're good emotes. Like, just remember PR Chase? I mean, look at the lighting on PR Chase. Look at how stretched that image is. Hey, Mind, how we doing? Like, look at how contorted PR Chase is. But I hope things are well in mind. When it kicked most too? Well, that's good. What kind of music does the baby like? I hope you've been sleeping. At least a little bit. Back in the good old days when emotes were bad, Pablo. I mean, Envy Game is a pretty good emote, not gonna lie. Man, seeing Ninja without his headband is very strange. I always forget that Ninja Grumpy is a global emote. Although you've missed out on some of the better ones, you know, like good old-fashioned emotes like this. Back when emotes were bad and good. Used to be like a weird celebration every time there was a new Twitch emote. 3 ballista arrows. Like the Animals 70s disco, huh? Are you gonna play like Mozart for your child? Beethoven? One of my the noise generator that I use has a what's the word I'm looking for here? The noise generator I use has a like like sound specifically that you're supposed to play for babies that's supposed to calm them and put them to sleep. I find it to be the creepiest thing in the world, but I'd be very curious to hear. So it listens to a lot of classical. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be very curious to hear if a kid actually enjoys that, because I find it to be creepy as all hell. But I guess I'm just curious if babies would like ASMR. Serve prickleberry wine. Simplex, are you liking your new job? Adoration. Mom is happy after giving birth to a girl. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. It's always nice to see that. Hopefully we can get another baby or two in the fort today. And lungs breathing? I mean, again, I think I personally would find that to be absolutely terrifying, but yeah, they probably would. Congrats, you no longer need to see Twitch ads when you tune into my stream now for 30 days, Ponce. Yeah, you missed a little hype train. A little small one. You got sniped out with the generosity bullet. Like good headphones? No, they don't. Just good speakers. Just speakers. I mean, of course it's, you know, more effective with headphones, but you could play white noise generators through speakers. It's kind of funny. This white noise generator that I'm using has a thunderstorm one, which is really, really nice. And sometimes I'll have that running and it'll be like sunny outside and I'll just be listening to thunderstorm sounds on my big speakers. I'll just be like, it's kind of weird, but I like it. It's kind of odd, but you know, I'm here for it. I can do it. Simplex is going to go harvest plants. I mean, it's just kind of, I got a funny look from my neighbor once because I was listening to thunder sounds. Good to sleep into those thunderstorms? Oh, really? You play thunderstorms on speakers and just snooze with like rain and thunder sounds going on in the background? I feel like in order to have like the complete experience there, you need a bowl of ice as well with a fan behind it, and it'll just blow that cool like moist air at you. I don't know if you've ever done that, but it's lovely in the summer. You live in a basement in an air-conditioned house, so your room stays cool 60. Yeah, I mean, I could turn on the air conditioning and keep it that cool in here, but in Fahrenheit, my apartment's usually at about 68 to 70-ish. If it goes above 75 Fahrenheit or 20-something Celsius, I just turn on the AC, but that costs way too much money because I get to pay for power. And none of the buildings here are air-conditioned because I live in Canada. So, and because global warming's a thing, and climate change is a problem. It ain't getting any colder, so, you know, that part's pleasant. Coins? That's an interesting demand. Darren is demanding I make coins. Interesting. That's kind of neat, having a mayor that's reminding me to make coins. But no, I believe you. I mean, temperatures where it's super hot are often completely intolerable. Literally, almost every time I've ever been to California, I've had to like stop and go back inside at some point because of the heat. And it's not pleasant at all. At all.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. You'd die here in Florida? Yup. If I were to visit Florida, I'd have to visit in the winter. There's no... It's just like, you know, Hobo, you and me talked about, like, going to Mexico and stuff. It's like, in order to do that, we'd have to avoid, like... like, if we went in July, I'd be dead. Like, just straight up, I'd be dead. Like, that just wouldn't ever happen. I would die. It's just, like, another one that I'm always, like, a little bit worried about, which, you know, gets thrown around a lot, is a lot of people want to visit Japan. I would love to visit Japan. That sounds fantastic. Japan, get really fucking hot. It get really fucking hot. And especially in, like, the more, like, southern regions. It's like, Jesus, Japan gets hot. And not a lot of air conditioning in Japan. They just kind of sweat through it and wear suits. So it's like, I can't do that. I would just die. Like, it's not even a joke. I would just die. Also, hi, Hobo. How are you today? How is thing? And minted 3 rose gold coins. I wonder what those look like. Kinda curio. It's a crown. Anvil, anvil, anvil. And those are all smelters. Why does that one have water in it? Why is there water in that smelter? Maybe someone had a fire. Kind of looking for a dwarf running with coins. Let's go up to coins. $235. On the front of a coin is a superiorly designed image of Endok, Fence Flares, the dwarf. And Endok Fence Flares is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Endok Fence Flares to the position of diplomat of the Ignited Creation in Year 1. On the item is on the coin's back is a rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt. This image is the image of the symbol of the Ignited Creation, a dwarven civilization. So on one side it's got our first diplomat. On the other side, it's got our symbol. And symbol of a bolt. Being a good neighbor occasionally gets you cute girls' phone numbers. Be good neighbors. Define being a good neighbor without making it sound like a lot of work. Speaking of, any more 2 a.m. texts from Crazy X? Semi-related. Dwarves are gathering that sand super fast. Late spring, 2:35. Yeah, I'm really curious to know what you did to be a good neighbor. Also, speaking of being a good neighbor, this has nothing to do with being a good neighbor, but that's a volcano and it's shiny. This is where you say ooh and ah. That's actually a pretty good eruption. They had some problems with some of their cameras, so it's not as direct, but that is a beautiful shot. You know, I'm not gonna lie, if it didn't have the giant Visit Iceland thing and if it was a little bit higher definition, if that was just a photograph, that's desktop background right there. That's good. I'm glad 2AMX has been chill. How to be a good neighbor, share your weed. I don't know, I know one neighbor, and he's in his 60s, and he smokes a lot of cigarettes and is kind of racist. So that's my only neighbor that I actually know who lives in my building. Everybody else, especially people my age who live in my building, I've never spoken with. I don't know any of my neighbors at all. I said hello to the little Japanese lady who lives next door to me once, but that's about it. That is about it. What is it with people suddenly making games that look like video games again instead of brown, ugly things? Like, this has a really cool looking art logo, right? You look at it and you're like, oh, this looks neat. What is it? Oh, it's published by Electronic Arts. Never mind. They're actually making games that look like games again, which is kind of nice to see, but also fuck that shit. But the other has a kid and smokes. Yeah. It's funny. I like weed, fine with. Cigarettes, actually, weed's a bonus. Cigarettes, French Canadians and said a person will grow up in their backyard. That seems legally dubious, sir. Good thing you're not a cop, I guess. They also sound like cool neighbors. They could build plant beds. I mean, be a good neighbor. Help your neighbors grow weed. They moved in right before the pandemic. Trying to be all buddies so that you can get weed. I mean, I don't blame you. I'd probably do the same. Should just use the excuse of, it's in my Twitch username. It's kind of part of my aesthetic. That is funny though. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a bad neighbor. At least I hope I'm not a bad neighbor. I don't actually know if I'm a bad neighbor. I feel like I'm more just like that neighbor that nobody in the building knows. If I need you, give you a holla. Well, I got that sponsored thing in 30 minutes. So once that's started, if you want to come in and just type in #ad every like 10 minutes, that would be super helpful. Morag, thanks for the raid. You're on early. Aren't you normally like on in like 2 hours my time? You guys don't know, oh, you were doing some Dauntless stuff. I gotcha. You guys don't know Morag. Go watch Scott. It's good people. He good people. Thank you very much for the raid, man. Cheers. Hello, Aurelio. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. Another 3 hours. What are you gonna be back on in 3? Were you trying to be on for patch drop or something? But cheers. I hope that the St. Jude fundraising has been going well. Well, yeah, I gotcha. We both played WoW. It turned out we lived in the wow. She lived in the same building, so we both played WoW. Huh. That's funny. But we're playing some Dwarf Fortress. We're trying to anybody coming over from the raid. My name's Blind. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress and other games that you've never heard of. That's what I do. But we're trying to break a world record for this game and keep this fortress alive for longer than 500 years, which is the current the current record. Basically, is 500 years in one fortress. So we're trying to do 1,000 because I'm smart. I've been playing this one fortress for 9 months. We'll be here for another potentially 2 years. So, you know, just nice short play sessions. But we'll get there eventually. If I just let it run 24/7, probably would be updated by now. Easy. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll do it. It's slow and steady, right? Streamer needs content. This is lots of content. Also, are you going to... I don't know how to phrase this because I've never played Phantasy Star. Are you looking forward to the Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis thingy? Because listening to people who are very into that talk about it, it sounds very question marky. But then again, that whole game seems very question marky to me. Like, I just look at it and I'm like, what? Of the beta stuff? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, I feel like Phantasy Star is either a franchise that you played a ton or literally never had any idea that it existed. If I didn't listen to Giant Bomb, I would have no idea what a Phantasy Star was because I don't know anybody who's played it. I've never played it. I didn't know what a Dreamcast was until I found a used one 5 years after they'd been discontinued in a like Salvation Army store. So Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World's the same as ever. What requests do you have of the merchants? All the wood so that I don't piss off the elves more than I already do. Was 8 years of content and gameplay systems in 1 year. Oh, what, for the North American release? I mean, imagine translating any MMO that's been out for almost a decade into another language and just releasing it as is. Of course, it's going to be a clusterfuck. Hode says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to your stout dwarves. We'll see you next year, Hode. Yeah, no, I mean, that game was predicted to be a mess and was a mess, and nobody was surprised. Not that they did a particularly good job of, like, marketing it, advertising it, telling people where to buy it, or anything. So there was also that, which is always an issue. Like, if I didn't follow the games industry like a maniac, I wouldn't know any of that stuff was coming out. Really? Wow. You play it almost daily and you're still, like, running into new content. I mean, you know. Is a really good base of all the stuff from PSO2. I hope it finds its audience. I don't know. I feel like that's what. Although the best marketing I think that they've ever accidentally done, in my opinion, was the final battle image. Because I don't know if any of you guys have seen this, but hold on, let me grab this for you. Just let me find this for you, chat. It literally looks like it says anal battle because of the F font that they chose. Oh, this works. What does that say, chat? What does that say? Definitely says not what they wanted it to say. Especially when it scrolls by at 1,000,000 miles an hour on Twitter. Holy shit! A new mayor? This is our 3rd mayor in 3 years. What is this madness? Animal's my mayor now. That's the 3rd mayor in 3 years. We had Darren as the mayor for a year. We had Simplex as the mayor for a year. And now Animal's the mayor. I'm sorry, that's kind of crazy. Actually having a multi-party system that functions in Dwarf Fortress never happens. Also, they are discussing bodily fluids over in the library, which is great. The classification of bodily fluids. Oh my. Oh my. Streamer's luck? I mean, it's... If you play something long enough, LaFonda, you will eventually just have all the luck happen. It's just permanently documented when you are a streamer. And most streamers play games way too fucking much. Oh, also, I got gifted... I was lurking in your stream last night after I did the auto-host thing. And I got gifted a sub, so there. I owe you a cup. Is too weeby? It's just really weeby Warframe, kind of. Like, PSO2, Warframe, very similar in a lot of ways. It is anime Warframe. It's like, it's an action RPG. It's just an action RPG where instead of making a badass space ninja, shoutouts to Anonymous for the gift. Think. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Morag. Can I get a round of beers for Anonymous? Or cups if you have them. Like it's either fancy abstract space ninja or massive titted anime waifu GF. Whatever you prefer. Anon Kimus. Yes. Anon Kimus. Anon Kimus. You know, I actually know somebody whose username is Anonymous Gopher. And, or an Anonymous Gopher. And sometimes we'll gift subs in chats and people always read it as Anonymous Gifter and never actually credit him. It's very funny. It's like, thank you, Anonymous, for gifting 5 subs. And he's just like, I'm not Anonymous. I'm a Gopher. It's very funny to me. It always throws people off. But cheers. Pondering geometric objects. I really want them to write books about bodily fluids. Dwarves, can you please write books about bodily fluids? Trees was also the manager or the mayor for a brief period as well. I need more ballista arrows. The king demands it. Time to get more balass. I don't know, but he is indeed an anonymous gopher. Hey, Magna. I think I saw the username Anonymous somewhere before. Oh, probably. I mean, you'd have to make it an anonymous. The thing about the anonymous gopher, though, is I do wonder if he's had that username longer or shorter than the anonymous gifting thing has existed. I do actually wonder. He might just be playing into it, which is totally fair. Like, I don't really fault. I'm not gonna fault anybody for doing that, but. And thanks for the follows, people. Cheers. I want to trade with these humans. It seems like we've stopped bringing stuff over. But yeah, we're going to be doing this for another 10 minutes, and then we're going to be swapping games because I have a sponsored thing in 20 minutes. We're going to be playing a game called Lacuna, which is describes itself as a sci-fi noir thing. Should be fun. I also have some keys to give away at the end. What, are you doing that too later? Are you also sponsored, or are you doing a definitely not sponsored thing? Okay, gotcha. Well, maybe I'll come say hi later. People can see the first 2 hours of the game twice. It's funny how it's just like, oh, one person has it, but like literally everybody's just streaming the same game that day. It's like, I wonder why. Marketing. 10 p.m. I won't be on that late. Maybe I'll swing by and say hi. No, tomorrow, I actually need to get to bed tonight at a reasonable hour because tomorrow morning, my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, is launching our first Minecraft server. We are launching a community Minecraft server for our community Discord, which is like all of us connected. So that's going to require some back-end whitelisting. So I'm going to be doing whitelisting for that all day, probably. Ideally, in the next few months, we will have not 1, not 2, but 9 different servers for different games that will just be running continuously, but we're soft launching it 1 server at a time. So we're starting off with vanilla Minecraft survival. Then after that, we're moving into other things. Vanilla. Yeah, it'll just be vanilla. We're gonna also have a modded server soon, TM, but we're starting off with just vanilla. We'll probably just have like 2 Minecraft servers running. I know that there's been a lot of talk about Project Zomboid, Vorion, Eco, OpenTTD. These are all other games that we've talked about running servers for, but it's just kind of a matter of managing them. So, yeah, it'll be a bit of fun. Ooh. Ooh. I see a Humble Bundle I might need to buy. A Humble Bundle I may need to buy. It's 1,300 assets to create music with. And sound effects and stuff. If anybody wants to buy it or look at it. Bunch of digital synths, a bunch of beats. I mean, anybody is. Basta. You just have to, you join the Halcyon Frequency Discord. You can go to the whitelist room and request a whitelist. That's all you gotta do. That is it. That's actually a pretty good bundle. I'm gonna need to buy that one. Also, I just saw that Lacuna Matata, and I'm just gonna be honest with you, Orange. If I was just streaming the game and not doing a sponsored stream, that would absolutely be my title. That would 1000% be my title if I could just go with whatever I wanted, but it's a sponsored thing, so I have to give them the thing that they want, not the thing that I want, you know. I mean, I didn't think of it, so you thought of it, but I definitely would have copied it because I think that that is funny. You definitely thought of it, though. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that. What are you doing, Dwarf? How's the Fonda baby Dwarf doing? Very grouchy. Very irritable baby. She's grouchy, dwelling upon being caught in a snowstorm and snowstorm, and grouchy, dwelling being caught in the rain. And she says, "Mava." She's a very grouchy child. I mean, you could take the wind too, but please do that in the other direction. God. It's just disgusting, man. Come on. We're not 12 anymore. That kind of humor doesn't fly. I like how in this fortress we have against ignorance, knowledge of ignorance, about ignorance, and ignorance explained are all books that I have in this fortress because they pondered ignorance and knowledge for a very long time. I just find that very amusing. You want me to make picks? Okay, we'll make some iron picks. Oh, it's very funny. Yeah, it's very funny. We were talking about politics earlier today, mind, and it's just like, Imagine Ignorance was a book that a dwarf was reading. I was like, that's relevant. I mean, you have to learn about the enemy so that you can destroy them, right? That's how that works, I think. I mean, we have a lot of scholars in the fortress, so there's something. I'm not sure how smart they are, but they are so smart that they know nothing. Yeah, basically. But don't we all know that we know nothing? Speaking of knowing nothing, I know nothing about volcanoes, but that's cool looking. Look at that. Look at that glow. Look at all that glow. That must smell horrible. It's only a problem if you decide it's a problem. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. But it's easier to fix a problem if you acknowledge it. All right, chat. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we're going to set up for sponsored stuffs. I will be back in a mo. because there was a door that got locked? Commander Rainbow Ducky? That would be my guess. That's why the dwarf got canceled, because there was a door that got locked. All right, everybody. So to those of you who are here for DF stuff, first off, I just need to say thank you for hanging out, and I hope that you stick around. But it is time for us to change games. If you want to just watch more DF, Userun is playing DF right now, and he's very entertaining. So I recommend him. That being said, I am going to be calling it a day for Longdeath stuff today. Today was quite an interesting day. We had 3 separate mayors. We started off with Simplex, who was elected yesterday. We moved into Darren, the Squid. And now we're on to Animal, or Marchimel, who's actually not a permanent citizen. She's a merchant, which is very interesting. But meaning we've gotten a very interesting political system going on in this fortress. Maybe we'll have to dig into those a little bit later. But that's been fun. In my dwarf fortress? Yeah, right, in my dwarf fortress. But I think it's time for us to save Longdeath for today so that I can set up for some sponsored stuff. So it's time for me to set up stream title and such. I can, not actually going to press go on any of this, though, until I actually have the game running. All right, got that stuff ready to go. Just gotta restart this, click this, do that. Hello. But yeah, so this is gonna be a little bit different, but should be fun. A lot of reading, a little adventure game thing. Still got 5 minutes until I technically need to be live. But